That's the job we're going to finish off today from yesterday. The anim, thank you for 10 months, sir. My hay fever has gone through the roof, dude. I feel you. I feel you. I really do. It's not fun. Monroe, thank you for 77. I thought I was coping pretty well. All the way to the end of May, I was like, normally this kicks off at the end of May. I'm doing all right. You know, keep taking the tablets. Then the sun came out, and that was the end of that. Mr. Zarek, almost on 100 months. Thank you very much, Zarek. Warm cake and cold custard. Yeah. Mrs. Squirrel loves cold custard. I'm more of a hot custard person. I don't mind if the cake is warm or cold, though. But the custard needs to be hot. But she likes cold custard. I mean, I like cold custard. I just don't like it on cake, funnily enough. I don't know. You get nosebleeds. Eek. Stratman, thank you for 69 months. Yeah, I'm doing alright, Andy lad, thank you. Got live weather, but I've offset the time. Sean Connery, I've offset the time. I've offset the time slightly so it's daytime over in the States. Right, charts. We are here. San Angelo Regional is where we are. So because we've got an easterly wind, 110. I think we'll just take off out of runway 9. It's plenty long. We'll punt out of there and go head off east. I've not had a look at the approach yet, so I don't know what the deal is with that. I need to get rid of that GPS screen. I was having a little play. It was only utility, I think. Turn that off. Turn that off. Map. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Flight plan. 72 nautical. We'll get to like flight level. We'll go 180, I guess. Be fine. Sorry, FSC screen's up. My bad. Yeah, so we'll just basically taxi down to the end of here. Straight out of... We'll go that way or that way. Out of 9. That will be the plan. In terms of the arrival into KDYS... Go to KDYS, weather 140 at 10 square miles, clear, looks pretty good, southeast kind of wind, so I guess 16 is going to be the way. Ooh, we could do an ILS into 16. Sounds fun. $5,000 or above at Hugs. Elevation set 1800 roughly. Right, let's plan for ILS 16 then. ILS W16. Yep, that sounds right. Transition via vectors. Hogs will do. Works for me. Let's load that. Not approved for GPS guidance. Right, so now we're plotting to get to Hogs at 5,000. And then we're turning in. That's fine. Let's do that then. We're all set. We just need to start the Volantis set. So we need to start FSE. Get trucking. PS4 Gamer, thank you for 99 months. Oh, you're so close. Next month, mate, next month. You can have the badge. What brought you back, Benjamin? Right, let's get taxi light on. Separator is also on. Can we get some... a little bit dark. Can't move this guy, unfortunately. A few channels either stopped streaming or not what they used to be, so figured to come back. Fair enough. Why is my... there's my truck icon. Well, all channels do change. It's just like... I've never seen a single channel on Twitch that hasn't changed over the years. They all do it. And obviously that means viewers come and go, right? Some people think, oh, this is not for me anymore. Some people discover it and think, oh, this is cool. Natural evolution is what it is. Can't stay the same all the time. That's not true, Egregious. That doesn't happen. Some people come back, some people don't. It's like friends in your life, isn't it, you know? Friends come and go through life. Same thing. Circumstances change. People change. It's the way it is.
Good morning, Paul and chat. With me in the chat, the engine of the aircraft probably has 25 less horsepower. Maybe I should leave now, unless...
25 less horsepower. Hope you're well, Chris. Godfather, thank you for tier 2, 65 months. Thanks for all the amazing good streams. You helped me through many difficult times. You are most welcome, Godfather. If I can be of any assistance. GCFC, thank you for 81 months. I haven't started the flight on FSE yet. I nearly took off without doing that. But I'm not sure I'll be able to. Or not. We can try. Yeah, server unavailable. Server's down for maintenance. We're going to have to hold... hold position on the taxiway. It always says 15 minutes. It's normally about 5 or 7 minutes. But yeah, we just have to wait until the... It's really frustrating. I wish they did the maintenance at 10 to 11 instead of 11. Big lad, thank you for giving us sub to Benjamin. Welcome back, Benjamin. We are holding on the runway for FSE clients to get on board. They're currently stuck, waiting to get through security. That's what's happening. You're on 47 months, Benjamin. One more, you'll have 4 years. I'm sorry, FSE is currently down for maintenance. That's the overnight cron jobs. That's what that is. They go around updating all the FBOs and stuff, probably. Generate some more jobs. Move some more money around. Calculate interest. I've not tried Neofly in quite a while, Fenrith. The last time I tried Neofly, they were basically adding like emergencies and things. That was like I remember, maybe you remember this, I streamed it with Neofly, and one of the things we did was in South Africa, I think, and we picked up some emergency jobs, and we basically had to land in the middle of nowhere, like it really was in the middle of nowhere, dropping off some emergency supplies. Hey, it's back, right. Start flight. Start flight. Okay, it's not... I can't start flight because it's not connected. Let me close it and start it again. It's connected to FSE, but now it's not connected to the sim. Now it's connected to the sim. Now I can start flight, and the flight is now loaded. Woo! Let's go. Well, it's inopportune for me, isn't it? I mean, that server's going to be in the States somewhere, so for them, they're doing it in the early hours of the morning. The way you look across at your monitor, I thought someone had walked into your studio. No, I've just got the app over here. While we're doing that, we'll get some stuff set up. Right, 18,000 set. Okay, flight directors are on. Modes enabled. Barrow is set. Flaps set for takeoff. Don't need any of that. It's all good. Okay, right. The landing light is on. That's good. Let's do it. We're still on our way to Dallas. We'll be in Dallas fairly soon. We've got this job to do. We should hopefully be able to get a final hop to Dallas. And then we'll do something else. Gears coming up. Lovely. Very pleasant takeoff, that. Yeah, we finished that. Oh my god, Pectac, that really heavy job. That was something else. I think we arrived with about 7 or 8 gallons of fuel left. That was only because we went straight in. That was touch and go, that job. Evan The best thing to do, Irvin, is to use the planner tool. The planner tool will figure out jobs for you to take. When I tell you what, Irvin, when we land at the next destination, I'll show you how to do it. Because we have to pick up another job, so I'll show you how to figure some stuff. In-flight safety brief. Huh. Let's see where we're at. Oh, you stupid thing. It's gonna be a fairly tight turn at Hidden. Wait, what? Top of descent is here to get down to 5,000 at Hidden. What? Nah, that doesn't seem right. Hang on, Hogue. Wait a minute. So Hogues are going to be at 5,000, but top of descent is there. So we're going to go from 18,000 feet to 5,000 feet in that gap. Interesting. Guess we'll see nearer the time. So this is a lot more scenic than the actual desert that we flew over yesterday. Yeah, they're the radio frequencies, so you can basically control the nav and comm stuff with this instead of doing it in the cockpit. It just hooks into the sim and changes the radios and nav frequencies. I won't be doing that, Irvin, no. What you can do, Irvin, you can either come back and watch the VOD, because all my streams are on Twitch as a VOD, or you can go to SquirrelPlus tomorrow and find the stream. Like, middle of the screen, just below the plane, is the current time, 11:27. So you can say, well, I left the stream at 11:27. I'll just come back and watch the video on SquirrelPlus, skip to 11:27 and carry on. That is one of the reasons I put the time there, because it makes it easy for you to find where you were up to if you need to come back to the stream. KDYS is an Air Force base. Possibly Boeing. FSC generates some very interesting journeys, let's put it that way. Oh, Dave's in the chat. Here he is. Somebody's back from Taiwan. Well, I'll tell you what, Dave. I'll give him... I'll give you his details and you can send him pictures. What on earth is this? It's like somebody built a racetrack or something. That looks like something I used to make in Scale Extra. There was literally a Scale Extra kit that had a figure of 8 track like that. Giant circle, what's this? Aliens confirmed? Fit your aircraft was working fine. Went to put on the plastic cover on the outside unit. One of the copper tubes blew off. When you say you lost all your R32, what does that mean? Is that the gas that goes inside the tubes? How can a copper tube blow off, Dave? Do you not see it properly, or is it a fault? That's annoying considering how warm it is right now, Dave. I wonder if the people who live in this city over here ever kind of venture out here at all for any reason. It was sealed and tight to spec, and then it just failed. Luckily you wasn't hurt, Dave. Are you going to get in touch with the manufacturer and be like, oi? They should send you some more stuff, right? I presume he did a pressure test though, Battle Kettle. That sucks, Dave. You could be enjoying aircon right now. So how long is it going to take for you to get a replacement part and some more refrigerant? It doesn't make any sense, Dave, though. Why would putting a cover on cause that to happen? I don't understand. Jumped in the TBM to follow the same route as me, but somebody made a mistake and I typed in KJSC as your departure. Now I'm flying East Coast. Whoops. That's a long journey. Oh, God. Oh boy. Right. Top of descent's come right back now, that's fine. So 14 minutes to top of descent. You want to be looking to go down to 5,000. So put that in now, then it can VNAV itself down. If I can enable VNAV as well. Yeah, I mean, just knocking the pipe shouldn't cause that, Dave. That's really weird. It sounds like it was overpressured. I mean, I know you did a vacuum test, but it just sounds like it was I don't know, the pressure is too high inside, maybe? I want to try this timer thing. Timer 12 minutes. Let's do an 11-minute timer. It's 11 minutes, isn't it? Countdown start. I want to see where it appears. That's pretty cool. Got to use that yesterday. Electrical power. Excess fuel minus 108. What? Lighting config. Whoa. Who knew? Pressure is correct. It's a pre-fill unit. You can't overpressure it. If anything, it's more likely the flaring on the tube wasn't perfect from the factory. And when it got hot, then cold, messed up. Yeah, I don't know, Dave. I mean, surely you... Where do you get it from? You can just speak to them and just say, look, the pipe failed. Send me another one and some refrigerant, please, thanks. That test track thing is the Goodyear Proving Grounds. Tyre testing. Ah, what, that big circle? And that figure of 8? Nice. Oh, see, Joanne, think of it 16 months. It did look car-related, or alien-related, one of the two. I think the satellite imagery needs blending here. Yeah, indeed, you want walkabout. Let's say it wasn't installed by a professional, so tough. Yeah, they may well say that, Dave. Why are we climbing? Like, seriously, why are we climbing? We were set for 180, and that was that, and we're just V-pathed up to 19 for some random reason. We've literally climbed up to what it thinks the top of descent should be. And now we're going back down. I know what it did. I know what it did. That's really bizarre. So because we had VNAV on, and it knew the top of descent was coming, when it appeared at the top of the ticker tape, it basically climbed up to it, and then followed it back down, instead of just waiting for it to come down. That's bizarre. So what's the plan then, Dave? IDYS 109.9. You know, I'll show you can get the gas. Oh, you must know somebody, Dave. What you're going to have to do, unfortunately, Dave, is basically pay an aircon company to come and sort it out. They'll fix the pipe and regas it. They might charge you 200 quid, but it'll get it up and running. Like, that to me seems like, you know, you already got it pretty cheap. You already got it pretty cheap, didn't you? And if you've done like 95% of the work and they have to come along and do the last 5%, they'll pressure test it, gas it, done. Can we all join you in the aircon room? It's too hot. I know, Bubsy. I know, mate. I literally couldn't work in this room if it wasn't for the aircon. It would be impossible. Yeah, but they'll want to pressure test it anyway, Dave, because, you know, they're going to come along and go, yeah, Dave did this. I'm sure it's fine, but we'll pressure test it anyway before we fill it with gas. Like, they don't know you from a hole in the wall, so they're going to do it, aren't they? What was the... 2,900. Okay. I have seen bits on and off. Benjamin was watching it last night. After the stream, saw the starts during the break. I mean, it started. The race started when I finished streaming, and then very quickly went to yellow flag for like 40 minutes. So most of my break was actually yellow flag, and then I saw a bit more later on, then saw some in the evening. Watched a little bit in bed, but yeah. Apparently Michael Fassbender's binned the Porsche, but I don't know how bad it is. It didn't look good. Presume he's going to be out now. Yeah, if you can get it, if you can get the gas, Dave, fine, but... Top of the screen, Bubsy. Right at the top of the screen. I like the route message, Ro. Should have been off the flight. I don't disagree, Pups. Like, if I'm going to put the route at the top of the screen, you might as well change the message to say that, right? But you are being lazy. That now. Nice. Yeah, probably club villain. Stopping him kicking his door down. Hang on, it hit him 4,000. Meant to be hit him 4,300 or above. That's fine. As long as it's 4,300 here. Indeed, pups, indeed. Or you could just teach them how to do it, pups. Maybe. Right, we should be able to arm the approach. Maybe? No? Apparently not allowed to arm the approach. Interesting. Unless it's already armed it. There we go. Right, it's looking for the glide slope. I think I was overspeeding that turn a little bit, overshot it slightly. Okay, we've got the localizer. Let's go flaps 1. Very true, Max. Right, little diamond's coming down slowly. There it is. Get the inertial separator on. A right to left crosswind coming in. 25 knots right now. Blimey. Okay, back to aerospace for an out of duty. Sounds fun, Benjamin. Don't press the Xbox button mid-flight. Yeah, that is so annoying. I have that disabled. If you go to the Xbox Game Bar, you can basically disable that. Because that is just terrible. I did, Bowen, yeah. FSE filed me a flight pan, you know. Hey, Larry. That crap. I've seen a helipilot. It's just like whatever. Whoa, kicked up on the glide slope. I'm thinking about disabling the autopilot. I'm just kind of curious as to how well it will cope with this. It feels like it's kind of struggling a little bit. It's weird. I'm gonna take over. I don't really trust it. Feels like it's sinking. Oh, that's why. When I last looked at the wind, it was basically pushing us to the right. Now it's pulling us to... Yeah, okay. The wind moved. Guess somebody's at the front door. Should be able to take a left here, I think. not sure where we're meant to park. How can you... Answer the door! How can you raid with a party of one? I think a party of one just means you, doesn't it? We'll stick it there somewhere. Right, flight. 1 second. It was my daughter. She had to ring 3 times. Do you want to know where Mrs. Squirrel was? Asleep. You need to rent an aircraft before you can start your flight. Sounds feasible. Right. Right, now I need to figure out a job. So this is where I think it was Irvin wants to know how we do this. So we go to our planner thing and figure out where we are. We should be down. San Angelo. I think we're down here, aren't we? Turn it off. Remember how we set the box for where we want to load data. I don't think it's the ads, Jimbo. It's to do with sponsorships. It's not the ads as such. It's the sponsorships and the terms and conditions they're making streamers sign up to. Is what the problem is. Yeah, I've got video doorbell. That's the Ring doorbell. I could have answered it on the Ring doorbell. Yeah, so I'm trying to get to Dallas basically, but I'm trying to remember how we select the area that we want to load the data from. There's a way that you can do it. Jobs, is that it? Custom area, here it is. Right, so we'll reduce that. Select a custom area, there we go. So that's the current area I've got. I don't want to load that many jobs now, because I'm just trying to load the data for this bit. So I'm just going to focus on effectively the Dallas area for now, like here. We add that, and then we tell it to update. And that'll talk to FSE and bring the jobs in for that area. And then we can then do Route Finder. And we can say, I want to go in my TBM 930. I'm currently, where am I now? KDYS. KDYS is where I am. But specifically, I want to go to its new home base. KAFW, Dallas Fort Worth. So I want to say this is what I want to get to. Find me some jobs. And it basically finds you some jobs. So you can tell it, I want to go anywhere. You can say, I want to go east, north, south, whatever, or I'm trying to get to this place. And it will figure out some jobs, and then it will sort it by the maximum dollars per hour, if you like. But that includes a small hop there, if you notice. So you could try for something else. So that's multiple drops. You could try that. That's worth less money, but less hassle. Gets you over there as well. You can even do that one. That's got a little thing in it of 19 nautical. Depends on what you're trying to do. But it's trying to work out for your plane what's the best thing to carry to maximise your income. That's kind of the point of it. This has got us double backing on ourselves, which is a bit unfortunate. That's possibly the best one. I'm surprised there's nothing just going straight over there, to be honest. Shortest distance, we could try that. Just get us there. $34. Woo! Or we could just go to Dallas, bimble around. Some of these jobs are mad. $34, I love it. So there's no like super ideal way of doing this. That one has you going down and then back out again. Because it kind of looks like where we are doesn't have a lot of things coming out of it. That's the problem. So in all these cases, we've got to head south to get stuff to head east. So it's a bit frustrating. Very roundabout way of doing it. There's some bigger ones, but mainly for smaller hops. What does that mean? You mean better paying ones? You see, that's where FSE struggles with the airliners. It kind of, I think it kind of peaks around the caravan size stuff. It's not, it can't generate enough passengers for airline stuff. For whatever reason, I don't know why. But it doesn't really work with airliners very well. Not in my experience. You might be better off with something like Air Hauler, but that's not an online type thing. Probably take that. It's a compromise between too much messing around. So we click on that. We need 81 gallons of fuel to do it. It'll take us an hour and a half. Got a little hop there to do. We'll just add that. It'll probably ask us to log in again. No assignments. Let's try again. Squirrel, confirm. So we're taking a bunch of people from here down to SJT again. How much fuel do we have on board? Right, we need 81. We have 143. How much is fuel at this place? pretty cheap. Question is, looks like we're moving packs only, so 7 passengers, 236. We'll fuel it up a little bit. There we go. We're underweight. So that's how you do it, Evan, if you're watching. And then having done all of that, you're ready to fly, basically. So we'll go to Valenta. Let's move that away a second. Delete that. Into that. Pretty much. I don't know why it thinks we're a 7-seater. I think it... I don't know how many seats are behind us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 including me. So I don't know where it gets the 7th from. Literally no idea. Okay, KDYS weather. Still got a bit of a southerly going on. There must be a cargo pod with some people that can just lie down inside. Maybe that's it. Pressurized cargo. Yeah, so we'll taxi up, take off out of 16, more or less straight there. SJT weather is southeasterly-ish. Could do an RNAV 18, possibly. It's no ideal runway for this. We'll plan for like an RNAV 18, I think. Let's see what it thinks about that. 03? Are you mad? Fly course reversal at Hinob. Why would we fly course reversal at Hinob? Where are we coming in from? The north? No, I want to go straight in. Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. We are wrong because it seems that it just so happens that with FSE, well, you saw me going through the routes. With FSE, there's a whole bunch of passengers here, but they all want to go the same place. They all want to go back where we came from. So if we want to fly out, we could fly out over to Dallas and earn no money and just pay for the fuel. That's one option. Or we can do a few hops, get us back to Dallas and make some money. That's what we're doing. Have a nice sleep. Oh, woke you up. You poor thing. Well, you know, your daughter's to blame for all this. 12,000 feet. The reason she's tired is because she took one of my daughters to the airport this morning because she's going on holiday. So she did that at like 4 o'clock this morning, 5 o'clock this morning. So she's tired. So she came back and had a nap. And the other daughter, who's just got a bike because she's doing a charity bike ride, has come knocking because she's just gotten back from one of her test rides over to the reservoir and back. So it's just it's just bad circumstances all around, basically, is what it is. Right. Mrs. Squirrel's taking the brunt of it. Right, start. We're ready to start flight, I think. Yes, let's do it. Start flight. Fuel loaded. Yeah, I believe so, Trucker Joe. I think the issues are all fixed with the plane now. But I haven't been able to fly. I've been too busy to go up myself, but I think some other people have. Trouble is, it's a little bit warm right now to go flying. It is, there's no aircon in a plane like that. And whilst you're on the ground, it's pretty hot. When you're up in the air, it's not so bad. You got the ventilation. The air's a bit cooler. But when you're on the ground taxiing, whew. It was even worse in the Robins when I used to train in the Robins, because the Robin is like a glass cockpit, so it is literally like a greenhouse. But we used to crack the slide, because it used to slide in canopy, we used to crack the canopy open and just let the air come in while we're on the ground. But even so, if you're behind a propeller, it is very, very noisy and very windy when you crack that thing open. Oh, that's where we're supposed to have gone. We're supposed to just find you, mate. Is that what it is? Just look around the entire airport for you. Wait, is it Cosford show today? What? Oh, Cosford Air Show. Fair enough. Nice day for it. Yeah, sounds good. Don't forget to go to the Iron Bridge. Yes, Chris. Right, notional separator is on, flaps done, window lights, strobes coming on. On a day like today, it's quite nice to get some fish and chips nearby and just sit near the Iron Bridge. It's pretty good. Set. Gear up. Cycle a flight director because it's an idiot. There we go. It is an idiot, like the flight director is an idiot. If you're on the ground, you have the flight director on, and then you change the altitude, then the magenta line is not correct until you cycle it, and then it realizes, oh yeah, you want to go up there. Yeah, I get it now. Air traffic control is something that you can add on if you want to. You don't have to fly with it. Right, so where do we need to be? At Hobnob, we need to be 4100. Initial fix 35. Let's go to Hobnob 8000. What? Why has it got to cross through it? Because it can't make it. I'm not surprised. That should say 4100. That's better. In theory, it should work out at top of descent. We shall see. Hobnob nom nom. Pit TC, thanks for 78 months. Is this flight long enough that we get a free meal? Absolutely not. This flight is not long at all. We've got 28 minutes to get to Hobnob. But that's at current speeds. You can take a balloon flight over the Alps. Liam, have you ever watched, there's a YouTube channel of a guy that goes gliding, and he glides all around the Austrian Alps and stuff. It's in like 4K, it's amazing. Some of the videos he's done are just spectacular, where he's just like literally gliding around the Alps and stuff. Oh man, you've got to check it out. And he's gliding over all these like Swiss towns and things like that. I can't remember the name of the channel. You'd have to Google it. Just Google like gliding 4K Alps or something. You'll probably find him. But it is amazing to watch. You got a cup of tea out of this. It's great. Stefan Langer. It could be him. He has a glider that he basically has in a trailer, and he pulls like a trailer up somewhere, assembles it, and then goes gliding. It sounds like him. He is an Austrian or a German or something. Very good, very skilled. But some of the videos, the views are unbelievable. Presume when we hit 12k, it will then calculate TOD. Ah, it's already done it. There it is. It's already predicting it, but it's not got times TOD yet. So presume when we get to 12, that will activate. You've been on a balloon flight over the lakes. Hey, I'm going to the Lake District in July. If you had to fly, it'd be a biplane or something. Of course it would, Chris. Of course it would. Yeah, the only problem with balloon flights, Liam, is that I've had a friend who booked a balloon flight for their wedding anniversary, and I think they got cancelled twice because of the weather, and each time you have to kind of get up at 4 a.m. only to receive a text message saying, yeah, you can go back to bed. He said, like, they got down there at like 5:30 a.m. on the day of flight. They were so tired, but it was amazing, but they were really tired because of the really stupidly early start. Within 500 feet of your altitude, it will show. It's coming up now. It's more than 500. Oh yeah, there it is. It's about 500, yeah. Time to top of descent, 11 minutes 22. Okay, short ground speed should pick up now. Right, so I've armed the VNAV. Says it's enabled. Rename. Is there a way of having it show you the vertical descent profile? A bit like that. Right, we need to authorize it down to 3,500. Dear to Mars, thank you for 17 months, sir. Right, 3,500 is set. Get new barrow. I think 30 vertical is somewhere in the map settings. Terrain. Connects radar. Track vector. Sounds posh. Oh, I see. Do you want leg to leg or cumulative? So each leg, or you can have it more like the cumulative totals. That's actually quite useful. I think I prefer cumulative. Center, terrain, absolute, relative, or off. Yeah, there's nothing about vertical in here. There's plenty of stuff disabled here, though. Okay, we should be set for that. Look like James May. I don't think I look anything like James May, if I'm honest, Chicken Boy, but okay. Sorry, Chicken Boot. Yeah, that's the only thing about balloons, isn't it? You basically have little control over them. They kind of go where they want to go, or wherever the wind's going, that's where they're going. It's into Honob 4100, Zoden 35. That's where we should pick up the glide. Elevation 2,000 feet. Vertical line is there, but you need to use the arrows to scroll down. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. You mean in here? Selected altitude range arc. Doesn't seem to do very much. What was that it? The range arc? Range arc will show a blue arc on the map where you'll reach your set altitude. Oh yeah, there it is. Look. So it thinks I would get to 3,500 before Zoden, which is good, because that's what we need to do. Cool. Sky Demon, when I fly for real, Sky Demon has an option that shows like a circle around you, but it's not like a perfect circle. It's like based on the terrain, but it shows you your glide, so which is useful because when you're taking off, if you need to go over water, it will actually show you where you could glide to if you have an engine failure, so you can make sure you can always get back to land. FSA, are you missing something here? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you're not sure what it is? Okay, that's a different question. Right, so FSE, otherwise known as FS Economy, is basically this thing. And it's a website that you can join, and it will generate. You can rent aircraft, you can buy aircraft, you can earn money for yourself. You can start a virtual aviation group like Air Squirrel. We own these planes basically, and we're currently taking a bunch of passengers from here to here, for which we will be paid money. Well, it predates on by a long way. This thing was created back in like 2005. This is old. This is nearly 20 years old. On Air does what it does, but in a different way. It's not perfect. It's good for kind of mid-range GA stuff, but it doesn't generate enough. It needs updating, really. The job engine needs updating. It needs to generate more stuff. But, you know, it still works and it's free. That's its main attraction, it's free. It just gives a bit of... What I like using it for, it takes you to airports that you wouldn't go to. It generates jobs to airfields and you're like, I don't know where that is, but let's go there. And sometimes there'll be a military airfield, and sometimes there'll be a disused airfield. But other times, they're like, this is a really cool approach. Like yesterday we had one of those. A place that was in a valley. It's quite tricky to get into. Yeah, Anteater, the FSE planner is just an absolute godsend, because apparently the guy who wrote that was in my chat yesterday, and I didn't notice, but the guy who wrote the planner, I can't tell you how much pain it takes out of it, just being able to, you know, bring this up, have it find routes based on criteria, and then just stitch together all the... Like, to find this yourself is difficult, because you have to open up all these different airports, see what you can take from here to here, add up the totals, work out how much you might get for it. Is it worth it? That planner tool just changes it completely. Vienna Prof was sadly only on the Honda Jet. Gotcha. Yeah, I did play Neo Fly a while back. I need to jump back into it just to see what it's like now. But Neo Fly generates emergency stuff as well, which is quite fun. Quite fun jobs. I can't remember if Neo Fly makes you get a license in a plane. I think that was on Air, wasn't it? Where you had to get a license. You had to demonstrate proficiency in a plane in the sim, and it would watch you. I don't think Neofly does that, but I could be wrong. Mr. Heyman, thank you for 77 months. Tuscan, thank you for 69. FS Passenger did that. Yes, it did. God, there are so many of them. Yeah, I wish it was with all the G1000s too. Aircraft rights is Neo Flyby check ride. That was it. It was a check ride. The check ride. That was hilarious. Right, feels the site, just looking for the glide. That's the plan, Antita, yeah. I'm going to move that one. Right, let's bring the speed back. Let's get... Oh, did I not open that? Okay. Underlights are on. It's weird the way it rises up and then goes down with the glide. Why do I not feel confident in this right now? I don't feel it. It's not captured it, has it? Definitely not captured it. I wasn't in approach mode, I was in VNAV mode, but it didn't follow the VNAV, but I guess I should have had approach mode selected as well. That wind shifted again. It went from right to left to right on final. What a scumbag. Should be able to vacate on the right. Guess we'll go over here. Drop them off by the espresso machine. That is an espresso machine, right? Lol, Trucker J. Right, if we go back to here and go my flights. So now we're going to be going from KSJT, taking these Stratocaster Aviation passengers over to 9F1, which may or may not be inside the sim. Valley Mills Moon. Surface grass. Oh, God. We're going landing on a grass runway. Lovely. Wait, what's this? Stratocaster Aviation Fuel, $1.80. Amount available. $1.80? That's dirt cheap. Is that for real? Is that actual fuel or fuel containers? So normally it's like $3.95. So they must buy it at like 180 in barrels and then sell it at $3.95 or something. Yeah, so Larry, does that end up as actual fuel somehow, or is that just a commodity you can move around? Right, let's see if Volanta knows about this. Was it 9F1? It thinks it's Valley Mills Municipal. It actually knows about that. Okay. Interesting. Didn't expect that. Yeah, I think it is a grass strip. That's what it says it is. It's going to be fun trying to find it. Never mind landing it. Okay. SJT to 9F1. Okay, well the good news is it knows about it. There's no way Navigraph will. Guess if you own an airport, you can buy fuel and sell at your airport. I don't know. I never owned an FPO like that, so I don't know. Right, we're heading east. It does know about 9F1. I am genuinely surprised. Weather here is still 130. So yeah, we can go out of Niner again. Head off east. And then, let's have a look at this. Ah, the weather over there is a little bit different, so more of a southerly wind. Absolutely no chance whatsoever. We don't know what we're going into. We know that it's an elevation of 750. I don't know how long it is. There's no indication of how long it is. There's no picture of it. It's in the middle of nowhere. There's absolutely no information about it whatsoever. I find it amazing though they sell fuel from there. Enough says it's a 3,000 foot grass strip. Okay. 750 elevation. How far is it? 158 nautical. Okay, that's quite a run actually. 158 nautical, turn off the flight director before it has a hissy. Then we'll get up to 210. The guy runs out with a hose pipe. Do you want some fuel? Hey, mister. Okay, I think we're all set. We start the flight. Volanta knows where we're going. FAC knows where we're going. We're fully loaded. Well, the advantage of doing it via the planner trucker, Jay, is that when you add the flights, you add them straight into FSE, and then you say, I want to fly that for Squirrel, and that applies to all of them, which is kind of handy. So you don't have to do that once. Like, it literally adds all of the flights straight into FSE. You just fly them back to back. Yeah, that planner makes it so much better. It's not every month, Rome, it's every 8 weeks. Yeah, it does it on an 8-week cycle. So look at the flight director again. It's got the magenta line down here, which is complete rubbish. If I cycle it, it just mystically goes, oh, you want to go up? Oh yeah, let's do that. Hopefully the last time we'll be going back to there. Well, the thing is, I turned it on and off. Like, I literally turned the flight director off, then set my altitude, then put it back on, and it's still derped. Everine, thank you for 75 months. Mr. Planet Viewer, thank you for 14 months. But yeah, as I said yesterday, a few subs that are not on our Discord server, would you please mind joining and saying hello? It would help. How you doing, Doc Naylor? Just take you a couple of minutes, just jump in the general chat room, go hi. That's it. That's all it takes. That's fine, Antita. I think that'll count. Just get rid of that. We're going to have to descend from 21,000 feet and find a grass strip. No pressure. Gotta love hay fever. It's a lovely looking plane, the TBM. Has a Spitfire look about it. It certainly has a like a paper plane. You know, you used to make those paper planes look like a dart. It has this kind of very dart look about it. I like the nostrils as well. It's just giant exhaust sticking out the side. Right, inertial step can come off. And the lights can come off. I do like turboprops. They're a nice mixture. Very versatile turboprops. Yeah, the avionics is nice in the TBM. You'd be very lucky to own one of these planes. It's an annoying thing, isn't it, that most people who can afford these planes can't fly them. Like, they buy them and then pay somebody else to fly them for them. It's just the irony of life. If I could afford a plane, it'd be an SR-22, I think. That's what I'd want. Yeah, I mean, the prices have gone up a lot. Like 3.5, 4 million used to get you a Citation jet. Not anymore. These things used to be like 2 million. But hey ho. It's all crazy numbers. Ah, that's the rocket launcher. I think it's filled with all the sensors. That DA62. It's not bad. I don't mind the DA62. It's not really my kind of plane though. SR22 is more my kind. How are we doing? 13. Elevation was what, 750, so we want to be around 3,000-ish. That would give us a couple of thousand feet AGL to spot this grass strip, and then we'll have to figure an approach. Could be fun. TB200 is good enough for mere mortals. The Fresh Prince, thank you for 17 months. Can't believe I've been watching you on YouTube since the early days. Okay, so that would be like, what, 2013, 2014? Now at 19 I've discovered everything on Twitch. This time is great for where you are in Australia. Yeah, that's true. The morning streams are good for you. Altimeter. See if that does anything. Oh, you can put it on local time. Meters overlay. As if it puts meters there. You'd be happy with the old chipmunk. I'd tell you what I'd like, one of those bush planes that you get in flight sim. They are just like, they can land anywhere. Ridiculous, those bush planes. Completely lacking in avionics, but in terms of just being able to land and take off, just look down and go, I think we'll land in that guy's garden. You can. Local Zero Live, thank you for 5 months. Why do you need meters? Well, Russians use meters for a kickoff. I don't know about anybody else. Most aviation uses feet for altitude. It's so messed up, aviation. It's a mixture of imperial and metric. But I think the Russians definitely use meters for altitude. Maybe the Chinese, I'm not sure. And then everybody else uses feet. Like, feet gives more granularity. But then, you know, for distance, they'll use a mixture of nautical miles, statute miles, kilometres. Newty, thanks for 94 months, sir. You went on a bush plane in Kenya, piled up onto a field and said we're landing there. They are amazing. They've got the tyres for it, they've got the wing lift for it. They literally stall at like 40 knots. They're hilarious, those planes. And I love the way the flap lever is just like a big handle that you pull. Brilliant. Right, so we get no indication of top of descent. This is going to be great. We'll have to work it out ourselves. So we said about 3k should do it. So we get it to 3k. We're going to have to lose 18,000, which means we need 56 nautical miles roughly to descend. We're currently on 118. So that's about half of that, which is about half of that, which is about 12 minutes roughly. So we can try this timer thing again, even though I'm convinced it didn't work last time. Countdown. 12 minutes. Go. I don't know where it popped its message up, but I didn't notice it. So yeah, 56 start descending, then we'll need currently about 1,500 feet per minute descent rate, roughly. Quick maths. No, we don't get a top of descent, that's what I'm trying to work out. So I predict we need to descend about 56 nautical away, but actually we should probably do it 60 because we'll need to get there and then slow down. We've seen competitions of one who can land and take off the shortest distance possible. Yeah, they're great, those. Yeah, they are amazing. They just come in and they have to like get it to stall or get it to like touch down on a particular marker. Yeah, there was going to be a sim for that, wasn't there? I seem to remember, in a bush plane around Alaska. Yeah, dead stick. Which I think is pretty much our cold dead game. Yeah, exactly, Club Villain. The bush doctors. There used to be programs that showed them. In fact, there used to be a TV series, I seem to remember. An Australian TV series about bush doctors. But it was like a drama, not an IRL. I'd like to see an IRL one. Royal Flying Doctor Service. More experienced parts would compete to open a bottle of beer with a cap opener, a beer bottle taped to a cone, an R22 or R44. Blimey. Yeah, I don't know why we're climbing. It did this last time. It did exactly this last time. We settled out at 21,000. I brought the altitude down, and then suddenly it started just drifting up. Super weird. But how did it get into pitch mode? Because the last thing I did was a flight level change. It then settled down at 21,000 and then started drifting up. I've pressed something, but I don't know what. Is honeycomb selector set to VS can continue climbing? Maybe it's when I select the selector, but when I go from Alt to heading, I have to go via VS. And maybe the act of going through VS changes the mode. So when I go from Alt like that to heading and then back to Alt, it goes to pitch mode. That's what it is. It's the honeycomb selector. You have to go via VS to get to Alt. And that's what causes it. That's so bizarre. That's actually annoying. I had the same problem. There's no workaround for that. You can unbind it. What, in the honeycomb? To stop the V-speed? You would lose access to V-speed on that selector, but it would stop that problem. I might have to unbind it. A bit frustrating that, actually. You just accidentally end up in pitch mode. Rebind it to VS at the top of the switch. Hang on, top of which switch? Which switch do you mean? Do you mean one of these switches here? I don't think we have a VS button. You have heading, nav, approach, reverse, alt. It's like ORS and IAS. You don't have a VS button as such. Tricky, thank you for subbing. Tricky Disco and Swift Ams, welcome guys. Yeah, you just make these. They're quite simple. You have on yours between Alt and IS. Mine says ORS or QRS. It doesn't say... Oh no, hang on. I think it says CRB. Oh, course, CRS. It's a course, like Alt course and then IS is on mine. There's no VS button. Mine was pre-production. Mine was sent out to review, basically. 71 nautical. We'll have to descend shortly. Did they change that then to VS? They must have relabeled it to VS then. They probably realised the problem they'd created. Interesting then, so you've got VS as a button and VS on the selector. If I go to... So you've got VS as a button here and VS as a selector here. Is that what you're saying? Because mine says VS there, but it says CRS here. So you've got it twice. I'll have to rebind that. I'm not having that. That's annoying. I'll just unbind that completely. Heading and Alt is the main thing I use anyway. It's funny how it doesn't have an FLC, like a flight level change either. I suppose you're right, Donkey. I suppose IS is indeed FLC. I might put some little stickers above these. I'll put a VS above that one. Right, 60 nautical. Time to descend. We'll go V-speed. It can predict top of descent if you've got like an RNAV or something. But we don't. We're landing on a grass field, so we have to work it out. Does the yoke give you trim force feedback? No, there's no force feedback. I mean, there is force, but it's not like a force feedback, like a wheel. The rudder pedals, I think, are out, but I don't have them. I'm happy with the ones I've got. I don't really like the look of the honeycomb rudder pedals. The Alpha and Bravo are great, but the rudder pedals, I looked at them and I thought, well, they don't seem to bring anything particularly new to the game. What did the reviews say about them? Information. Have we got any information on the runway heading of this place? 9F1. Runway 6. Hang on a minute. According to this, 9F1 Valley Mills Municipal closed indefinitely. Airport operations are closed. Down here it says runway 6 and 24 and runway 1432. I can't be right. F1. Turf in fair condition. So they actually have 4 grass runways. So I guess we'll land it on 2-4 then. So if you look at that arc now, it's predicting we'll be at our chosen altitude just before. Which is exactly what we want. Trick Zoom, thanks for 14 months by the way. Yeah, I don't know why nobody's done a Sidewinder or even done any force feedback. The Sidewinder had it, but nobody's tried to do it since. You love the Turtle Beach rudder pedals. Not tried those. Yeah, I'm going to go for 2-4 D-Storm. That's the plan. Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't support force feedback, which is crazy. Heading bugs on the runway that we want to land on, so in theory if we kind of fly over it we can loop back and try and land. He's on today for 3 or 4 hours firefight. What do you mean, donkey? Did they add prop moisture contrast to the sim? No idea. Don't know, rabbit. Lights on. Your club has fire flights where we fly and check for fire in the forest. Oh, I see. Right, okay. Don't you just look for smoke? I mean, if you see a lot of smoke on the horizon, you're probably thinking that could be a fire. As they say, there's no smoke without fire, and vice versa. I wonder how obvious this runway is going to be. To be honest, if it's like 2 runways like that, it should be a bit easier to spot than just one strip. So when the firefighters come, Donkey, do they basically bring, like, how do they handle the fire? Do they try drop water on it, or do they go for a fire break? What do they do? $17 nautical. It's out there somewhere. The one after this is a super short 18 nautical hop with no assignment. I got the tools back. I didn't get all of them given back. I had to go and claim them. Might be really dangerous with the hops. Pretty much. Yeah, I just wondered how they handled it, Donkey. Right, this place is coming up ahead somewhere. Looks along the terrain, there's like a river, potentially. Looks like there's a river here. It should be there somewhere. It's possibly the river, in which case it would be here somewhere. Could well be it, you know. This here. It's in the right place. Not exactly clear on where it is right now, are you? I think this is it. Possibly. Can't be that, surely. I think it is this. There's the T, look. That is it. Right there. Man, that's going to be tricky. It's going to be a whole lot of fun getting in that. Just getting viz on it is going to be difficult. Get the inertial set on. I'm just going to get configured and go around for a slow approach, I think. It's not exactly distinctive, this place. Can we see it? Is that it? Really difficult to spot this thing. I think this is the area here. Really tricky to figure this out. There's just no markings that you could see it when you flew over it. You could kind of make out the terrain of the runway, but right now up here, very difficult. That it there? I think that's it. I'm gonna go with that. That's where we're landing anyway. think this is a runway. It feels and looks a bit like a runway. That was so tricky to spot that. Blimey. I don't know why 7 people want to go here. Basically, it's like, this is not a runway. This is where I've cut my grass a bit shorter. Places you wouldn't normally bring a TBM. It is like a long cricket pitch. Cool, we made it. That's the main thing. If we go back to this, you need to rent an aircraft. Why didn't you keep the aircraft, you stupid thing? Keep it in my name. Thank you very much. Right, so this is a relocation flight because we need to get over to this place, I think. We need to go from here to here, KCNW, which has an asphalt surface, which is a bit of a bonus. So we'll just end that flight, start a new one. Go to... Wait, it doesn't... How can Valenta not know about KAFW? Fort Worth Alliance. Cool. I searched for it and it found it, so... F1. Wait, what? 82 nautical? That doesn't sound right. It should be 18 nautical miles, not 82. Nah. Something not right here. That's KD. Did I put the wrong one in? KA. What? Yeah, but the FSC screen, right, says 9F1. It should be easterly. Oh, KCNW. Did I just put the wrong one in? I went to the wrong place, that's why. That's the next stop. KCNW is where we're supposed to be going. My bad. KCNW. Waco Airport. KCNW. That's better. 18 nautical. There we go. Let's see if Navigraph knows about this. KCNW, it does know about it. Blimey, this place has an ILS. Look at this. I guess we're going at 17. ILS runway 17 left. 2,300. That's hilarious. Zervi at 2,300. Initial approach fix of tours. We'll just vector ourselves. I clicked on load. I did not click on load and activate. And yeah, it looks like it's loaded and activated. That doesn't seem right at all. There we go. $3,000 feet. I guess we'll go up to, I don't know, 6 or something. Before we do this, let me quickly bring up my Bravo controls. Search by input. That one. Select VSI bug button 20. Set autopilot versus hold. I guess I want to delete that. Apparently I can't click anything. I think the sim has just gone bonkers. Hang on, it doesn't like having that button selected. That was weird. While that button was switched on, I couldn't click anything. Clear that. Apply and save. So if I go... It still does it. There's VS. It still selects VS, and then when you go to heading, selects pitch. So out of curiosity then. so button 20 does nothing. Select heading bug. It's fine. Select altitude bug. Seems to me that that VS was mapped to a couple of things. There you go. Doesn't do it now. So if I do heading, I can do heading. If I do alt, I can do alt. Was there a select VS bug? Nope. So if I press that CRS button doesn't do anything currently. IS autopilot airspeed hold. So that is mapped. Altitude hold. Rev does nothing. Approach does that. Yeah, it's weird, Van Rabbit. You have to like change away from it, then come back to make it work. So the V-speed options are toggle autopilot versus hold, which is what it was mapped to. Set autopilot versus hold. Set approach versus slot. There is no select VS, is there? So I'm not actually. Who was it who was saying they've got that second to right button mapped? What is it mapped to in the sim when you press it? Because that's what I need. That'll stop that problem anyway, but that is such a weird one. Right, start the flight. Less than half a tank of fuel and no cargo or passengers, I should be fine. Cycle the flight director again. When I press that IS button, it doesn't do the same thing as pressing flight level change. So that is not mapped to flight level change. I do, Larry, but I'm going to do that later. What are you doing? Okay, so we need to vector ourselves over there, basically. Beat Zervi at 2300. So I guess if we can get to Cav at 3300, we should do it. 3700, that's fine. You have a knob mapped to the V-speed, then the knob is on VS on the right, knob changes V-speed and overrides any buttons you have mapped to it. I only wish that made sense. Should be able to vector ourselves in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get that. What I'm supposed to map that button to. IS does not do a flight level change. Maybe there's an actual action of FLC. I've already downloaded the latest driver destorm, so it's not going to fix anything because I downloaded that this week. You have to have your VS button to activate it. Well, I just disabled VS on the dialy knob thing because it was causing issues. Yeah, but the problem is, Rabbit, like as you're turning the knob from alt to VS to heading, when you go through VS, you don't want it changing the mode of the plane, which is what the mode select does. Like, I don't want it to do that. Otherwise, I can't switch from altitude to heading to make some changes without it toggling the VS mode, which is what put me in pitch in the first place. Or D-Storm, if you could point me to that video, I'd appreciate that. That'd be useful. Let's get ourselves down to 3.7. Oh. I can't hear a word you say. No, you can't leave them here. They'll want to leave. I can't hear them whining over there. So if they want to get out, yeah, but he's staying here for a while. She won't. She just gets like FOMO. Should be able to vector ourselves round. Oh, I love the rudder pedals. TPRs are great. I've got TPRs and MFGs, and I prefer the TPR. Let's go F. Thanks, D-Storm. Who's modding? Can one of the mods grab that link for me? I'll have a look later. Thanks, Tom. Right, approach mode. Let's see if we can capture this. I think that's the field there, isn't it? Right, localiser's done. Looking for glide slope now. Cool. Yeah, my point is, Donkey, it doesn't do that. When I press the IS button, it doesn't do the flight level change. Like, if I press it, it doesn't do the same thing as if I click FLC, which means I've got the button mapped incorrectly. So I was wondering what people have it mapped to in the sim. Right, we're on the glide. Lovely weather. Right, gears coming down. Strange that mine does without made any changes. I mean, you know, I can only say mine's like a pre-production version of the Bravo, coupled with my profile in Microsoft Flight Sim is from pre-release. So you might have had some fix come via an update later, maybe. I just need to find out what the mapping is and remap it. Let's take over. We have a right to left wind going on. Yeah, Benjamin, it's best not to, just in case somebody wants to watch it, you know. It's like if there was a live footy match on or whatever, you won't want people coming in going, oh, it's 1-0, you know what I mean? It's a bit gusty. I guess that was the radio altimeter minimum we set. Guess we go down here to taxi. Oh, generous gift card. Oh yeah. Get it spent before it expires. Biggest scam ever, those gift cards. It's a well-known fact that most people don't actually cash them in. Like, they put them in the drawer and think, oh, I'll do that later. Can't do it right now. And then they forget. And then the card expires. And the company keeps the money. It's just 100% profit. They banned the expiry in Canada. They should literally ban the expiry full stop across the world. I found gift cards in my drawer and be like, hang on a minute. Oh, it expired 6 months ago. They do in this country, and they shouldn't. Right. Let's see what we got now. The last leg, I think. Is this the last leg? It is indeed. Now we bring the plane back to its new base, which is here. Dallas Fort Worth. Right, flight director's off. Just so it doesn't have a hissy fit. Fort Worth Alliance. 82 nautical north. You got 50,000 sec from your boss, around 5,000 US dollars for being in the company for 10 years, then I quit 2 months later. That must have really annoyed him, donkey. Here, have a $5,000 bonus. Okay, thanks, bye. What a scumbag move. Right, still a southerly wind coming in, so in theory we should depart to the south. We can actually take off out of 17 right. It's a short runway, but it's fine for us. We depart out of that, do a climbing turn, and then Fort Worth. What have we got going on at Fort Worth? Ooh, they've got a different wind. They've got a northerly wind up in Dallas. Scattered clouds? What's this? What's this? Clouds? What are they? He actually sold my truck to the new company I'm at now, so he just could blame himself. He's retired. Is that an FSC add-on you're using or just your browser? Just the browser, Nerdy Drew. Well, what do you mean? Do you mean this here? This here, this is Navigraph. If you have a Navigraph subscription, you basically get the plugin, hooks into Microsoft Flight Sim. You can also get the charts up on the G3000 down there. The FSC Planner thing. FSC Planner's a website. Just go there. It's free. You hit 10 years, you got a remote control car with accessories and an action cam. I think I'd rather have $5,000 and a fancy meal. Did you get a VIP quiche? Then we'll go into ILS 34 right. I think Navi might be the one we want. It's decided runway 16 left, which is nonsense. Call. UC call. Where's UC call? Call transition. As long as we get ourselves to call from 3000, we should be good. Sounds like a good boss though, Donkey. I mean, did you leave because he retired? Or did you leave because it sounds like you was on a good deal? Sold the company and trucks, moved to Spain. It was 64 when I stopped 1 year ago. So basically he retired to Spain. With a lot of money, no doubt. Okay, I think we are ready to start flight. Flight is started, fuel's loaded. I think we know where we're going. Let me put it this way, Donkey. What kind of villa did you buy in Spain? That will tell you how much you retired with. Right, 17 right, let's go. Here's coming up. Should be able to see the field. Yeah, you get drinks on this flight. Bottle of water, packet of nuts. Same thing you get on every flight. Yeah, it's weird. I don't quite understand how that ITT works. Why it always overheats like that. I'm not even at a high torque settings. It's weird. You take off, you start climbing out, and it's fine. You make a turn, and once the flaps are down, I don't know why, but the ITT just rises. And you have to back off on the throttle a bit. Inertial separator on, 813 Celsius. Inertial separator off. I mean, it's getting cooler outside anyway, but maybe, like, I don't know what the, I haven't checked the procedure. Maybe you're supposed to turn it off quicker. It would seem a bit weird though to turn it off on climb. Well, the inertial separator basically diverts the air intake, doesn't it? So it stops the engine from sucking up rubbish off the runway. So in theory, when you're off the ground, you can turn off the inertial separator unless you're going through cloud. So if you was taken off into cloud, you would probably leave it on. Once you get above the cloud, turn it off. But quite why that ITT always maxes out on the climb, maybe I'm pitching too hard. But the best climb is 124, so I don't get it. Basically, I think we're following this particular highway, which is running north towards Dallas. More or less following that, aren't we? You see assignment to NASCAR that originate from KFW? Not for me, I hope. Shouldn't have generated anything for me. This should be my last drop. So, I don't know. Maybe somebody else? Well, the 940 has auto throttle, so probably does have auto land. Before the 940, there was no auto throttle, so it couldn't. Don't know, Dorking. Don't know. I mean, put it this way: if I was in my plane and I had to suddenly make an emergency landing and I happened to have to go into Stansted, I wouldn't want a £600 GA landing fee. But then they're probably perfectly within their rights to charge it because you've disrupted commercial operations. So who knows? They probably would charge it, to be honest, if I had to guess. Nothing now, but the odd time in the group assignments around Squirrel, there's stuff coming out of... I don't know, Larry. Well, once you get higher and higher, Olicast, your temperature will... The outside temperature comes down anyway, so your ITT is going to come down quite a bit. Like the OAT is -4 outside. So, yeah. But if you've just taken off from a runway 30 Celsius, your engine's pretty hot. So, maybe that's it. You so lazy, King Awesome. Seriously, get out of bed. The best way to get yourself out of bed, King Awesome, is think about what wonderful breakfast you're going to make yourself. Raleigh, thank you for 69 months. Seismic Floor, thank you for 40 months, by the way. An hour ago, I missed that. I apologise. I think you did it when I landed, possibly. And Tricksoon with 14, and Swift AMZ, thanks for subbing with Prime. Breakfast, French toast. There you go. See? Now you're out of bed. Easy. You had what now, Tom? Ken, you had what? Scotch woodcock. What's that? doing, Dan? Yeah, there's the highway. Okay, flight level 190 coming up. POH has a length procedure for residual ITT, but also need to lower the torque shortly after takeoff. It could be because I kept the engine running at the ground. It was still quite hot, maybe. Who knows? Right, 3,000 is where we want to be. Is set. VNAV is enabled. Top of descent in 10 minutes. It's just crazy flat around here, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I need to look at the POH for this and see what it says about the ITT. Like, the sim is pretty forgiving. Like, you watch, who's that guy who flies to TBM on YouTube? Steve01 Kinevo, is that him? And he goes on about the ITT whenever he's starting up. But whenever you watch his videos, he doesn't have an ITT problem on climb out. So I don't quite understand how it works. Yeah, I understand that. Like, the interesting stuff is around the east and west side, isn't it? And then north into Canada. The middle bit's all flat. Depends what kind of flying you're doing, I guess. There's something called 850 mode where it puts the flaps lever up and get lower ITT. Get over the 100% torque. Yeah, I don't know if that's specific to that model or not. I wish somebody'd like do a mod for this that brought in a bit more realism for the engine operations. So 960, well, yeah, that would be great if somebody did that. Fully automated. Yeah, I kind of find the same thing when you fly down the west side as well. Like if you fly California, that kind of area. It's all very interesting when you go north and south, but the moment you go east, you just get into Nevada, get over the hills and there's just nothing. But desert, flat desert. Yep, it really is. It's just incredibly flat. Aviator, how you doing? Razor, thank you very much for subbing with Prime. Welcome. Actually, students on YouTube ended up building an 8020 rig using racing sims. You can't beat it. Like the 8020 aluminium extrusion is just fantastic. Like it is just literally like Lego. I'm glad you've got yours built though. I made the video just to give people ideas, you know. There's no right way of doing it, and some people have probably got much cooler ideas about how to do it, but this works for me. But I had to kind of build it and then get in it and almost test it. You know what I mean? Like you have to be in it and then think, well, that doesn't quite work, or and then I ended up moving things around a little bit and building a bit more extrusion. Like the Bravo itself, that Bravo, I had to build, you saw it in the video, I had to build some extrusion for it just to kind of bring it up to here where I wanted it, because I wanted my throttle controls over on the right there. It's no good over here because I need to get in and out this way for a kickoff. So you want your yoke here, I knew that. I wanted my wheel here when I'm racing, I knew that. I knew I wanted my throttle controls over here, so I had to build that platform for it. Annoying thing about the honeycomb stuff is it doesn't have any mounting points underneath. Everything is just annoyingly table clamped. So I then had to build like a T-piece like that so that I could clamp the Bravo to it. So that worked for that. And then I figured, well, I think I ended up moving this mouse pad around at one point. I think this mouse pad might have been further that way. And I brought it back so I could bring that extrusion up there. And then this piece here kind of doubles up between either mounting the Warthog stick, which I can do because I bought, there's a German company that makes a base plate for these things, and then you can mount it onto some extrusions. That's really handy. Or if you take that off, you can then clamp a gear shifter to it. So you kind of move things around that way. These stream decks had to be, I had to custom build piece of extrusion for that. And again, they are not mountable via screw points. They have to be drilled into to mount them onto some rig, which is again annoying. This is then clamped, but when you remove it, the wheelbase bolts into it via 3 holes I drilled in the wheel deck. That I managed to put on top of here, but one day I may swap this radio panel out. I kind of like to have, you know, like that Airbus thing that got kickstarted. I'd like to have something like that. Some kind of Airbus control set there, maybe. That might be cool. And then, yeah, this stuff is all about being able to get in and out of the rig easily. So that's about as much as I could get while still getting in and out of this rig. So, like I say, it works for me. Yorkie, thank you for 16 months, and DK Trucker, thank you for 63. There was one on Kickstarter not long ago. It's still on there, I think. There's a couple of guys who are Airbus pilots or ex-Airbus pilots, I can't remember. They're building like an Airbus controller thing. A mini, yeah, like a mini FCU. I was going to back it. It's like, but the website completely just died when they went to launch, and it was like $99 early bird for the first 1,000 people, and then it went up and up. So now I'm thinking I'll just wait and see if they actually release it, and then if I like it, I'll get it then. So I've unclamped the alpha mount, so it's another piece of extrusion. When swapping from flying to racing, I unbolt it, slide the whole thing up, then slide in the extrusion with the steering wheel on it. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. What's going on here? Why are we at 19,000 feet? Why have you not descended? What on earth? Oh my god. I was literally on VNav and everything. It knew where it needed to be, and it's just completely gone bonkers on me. 5 miles away from the runway, we're at 19,000 feet. GG, well done. I remember VNav in this. I remember seeing it had a calculation of like 10 minutes. And it did not move itself down, but it somehow captured the localizer at 19,000 feet, which is like insane. Yeah, you can post it, Nuke Chef. Might as well bring myself round to, I'll call it 3,000 again. Yeah, so that was the mini FCU. You can see they sold about 3,000 of them. Well, it's been backed for 3,000. It's a nice little box. It'd probably sit nicely on here. The problem is when you go to back it now, obviously they're pretty expensive. They were $99. There you go. So if you got the launch day special, you got it for $99, which is not a bad gambit. Like, it may or may not deliver, and it may be rubbish, but $99 is kind of worth a punt. But now you can buy like 2 of them for $300, so if you and a mate want to chip in, you could still get them for $150 technically. Otherwise you're left with this, which is like a $200. So it's not cheap. But I kind of figured when it releases, if it releases, it wouldn't be that much more expensive anyway. Hey Durka, how you doing? You got the 129. Fair play. And also, and this was the real killer thing for me, it's not currently, it doesn't currently on release work with the Phoenix Airbus. Like, they're talking to them, but there's no guarantee that it will work with the Phoenix. And I was like, well, I think at this point I'd rather wait and see and make sure that it has gone through pre-production, come out in production, they've solved any niggles with it, and it works with the Phoenix, and then I'm prepared to pay for it. So that's the camp I ended up in. Well, you can hope so, Durka. And don't forget, that's not the price you're going to pay either, because you're going to have to pay import taxes when it comes into the country. So that's not the end price either. Does the MCP work for you on the Phoenix A320? Some of it works, not all of it, if I remember. You make sure you got the latest driver for it. Mode until we get down a bit further, and we'll try again. Well, if they're talking to the Phoenix team, Leanne, then in theory they'll be able to do something, but the whole reason to have that would be for me to fly the Phoenix with it. So if it doesn't support that, then I'm not going to fly it with the default Airbus, am I? Phoenix seem to have their hands bound by the ProSim license agreement. They're unlikely to be able to change that. What does that mean? Does that mean they can't allow third-party access? I don't understand what that means. Ant-Man, thank you for 42 months. Is the ProSim like an exclusive license agreement? Can't allow cockpit hardware to be used with the plane. If they've signed an exclusive agreement, that's just nuts. Well, yeah, I don't know. Does the Thrustmaster stuff use the ProSim license somehow? Who knows? I love how the I've told it I want to go direct to Uccle, and it's not recalculating that. It's just left it when I punched it in, so How does that work? That's just nuts. Surely that's either a bug or a missing feature. If I say again, I want to go direct there, activate, then it recalculates, so I come out of heading mode and hopefully it will now do it. The better luck will be at 3000, if not, tough. Oh, it's completely missed the nav. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's not doing very well, is it? I told it to go direct, let it intercept its own nav, and it didn't. Okay, right. Let's try that. Do you reckon you can find that? Let's find out. And it still shows the line here, which it should be updating, surely. It's coming in now, so it should find it. Can we get on the VNav path, please? VNav's enabled, VNav's on here, it's looking for the path. It's found the vertical path. You see, this like, if you was on VATSIM, this could easily have caught you out and could be quite embarrassing. Taking a deep dive, 2,400 feet per minute. I can't imagine who you mean, Tom. Landing gear. Okay, I think we've got the plane under some kind of control again. We'll get the approach armed. Get it slowed down a bit. Okay, looking for glide slope, looking for localizer. And go on. 346 degrees. You should have found the localizer by now. It's misbehaving a little bit. It's not found the glide slope either. Okay. Let's just take over. I think the course was wrong in that, through it. No, I think the frequency was in, but the course, like the... when I looked at localizer 1, it wasn't pointing at 346. I set it at 346, but I think it was all too late for it at that point. It's my best guess. Right, we've got it under control. Just got a left to right wind going on. Wait, that left to right wind has just suddenly switched round to be a headwind. Flippin' heck. It does that a lot, I've noticed. Completely, like, on final, you're on a certain kind of wind, and then it just suddenly flicks around. It catches me out a lot. Little Bigfoot. Let's play Guess Where the Guy Is this time. Yeah, so the, I don't know. The VNAV flight night director thing just did completely crazy stuff that time. Didn't behave. That's the flight done in FS Economy. Let's have a quick look. Ready for departure. So that's still rented out for now. Look at logs. Well, I got some money back since yesterday. Larry's been flying. Been flying quite a bit, Larry. Chucky, Pups has been in there, Antita. $8,000 flipping heck into 350. That's a good earner. 8,600. I have rehomed it, Bigfoot. This plane is now, if you look at it, aircraft. This plane is now homed at KAFW. So yeah, and we're just coming up on 3 o'clock. That is brilliant timing. Yeah, I did it this morning before the start of the stream. Wouldn't it be great as if you fly around, it started to accumulate dirt on the underside of it and you could clean it and stuff. But it's just started to get a bit grimy as you play. Seminators, thank you for 89 months, sir. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Time to shut this puppy down. Lovely. Right, guys, I should be back in an hour. It would be great, yeah, if you landed on grass, it sort of kicked grass up and it would dirty the plane a bit. They should add all of that. That'd be lovely if they did. Right, I'll be back in 1 hour's time. Thanks for watching. I shall see you all in a bit. If you're heading out, enjoy the rest of your evening. Back at 4. Bye for now. Welcome back. How we doing? Just getting things ready here. Hope you enjoyed the break. Welcome back. If he's working, that's all good. Right, I've switched plane. I'm still in the TBM, obviously. But completely switched location. Because I'm relocating another plane. This is what I'm doing. Let me show you what I'm doing. So, bonk. We are now down at KEXX, which is Davidson County, is that? Lexington, North Carolina is where we are. So we've gone to the East Coast a bit now. And if you look on this thing, that puts us about here. So that plane is currently here, and I'm going to relocate it. Well, Chicago's there, I think, and we're going to put it here. There's an airport here, quite a busy airport here. So we're going to hack our way from Kex to Grrr. Not even joking.
Welcome back, Paul. Is this one steam-powered?
Yes, it is, Chris.
Squirrels.
You will be pleased to know, mate, they've ripped out the turbine engine and replaced it with a steam-powered engine. It weirdly sounds exactly the same. I don't understand how they've done it, but they've powered it by steam. So you can definitely fly this plane now because it's steam, Chris. So we're flying from Kex to Grrr is where we're going. Rehome the plane. Let me show you what's going on. So I found a series of hops just when the stream ended. I had a quick look around. We've got to get out of here with 6 packs and we're flying just away from where we need to go briefly into Charlotte Douglas International, and then we're going to hop over to Richmond, then back into Kentucky. We're going to get some chicken, and then we're going to go up to Lima Allen, whatever that is, and then finish up here at Kagur. It's the angry airport. Gerald R. Ford International. Grr. So that is the plan. And then that will then be homed in Grr. So then we'll have planes in various locations. I think we've got one over on the East Coast. We've got one here. We've got one down here in Dallas. We've got one over here and then one up there, I think. So quite a nice selection, I think. Lima is pronounced Lima. I live 20 miles from there. Nice. Let's get rid of that. So this one's a little short hop. What's that, 46 nautical? Is that right? Put the flight plan in yet, I don't think. .46 nautical, yeah. So Charlotte should have some decent stuff going on. Let's have a look at what Navigraph thinks about that. It's Lime Ma. Okay. It's Lima. KCTL, right. Let's see. Airports. Actually, what's the weather here right now? Because it may have changed. 2009 knots. We'll take off out of 2-4, so we'll backtrack that way. We'll come out of 2-4, we'll go into Charlotte. What's the weather? 240, so a little bit westerly. Broken at 1800. We have a few clouds around now. It's not quite the weather it was down in Dallas. Let's see. Approach. Westerly winds. Runway 23 sounds like a good bet. Maybe the ILS. See if we can get the ILS working, eh? That'd be a good laugh. Oh, I love this runway. It goes right across those two. Nice. Might run some showers in southern Ohio. Good. Nice to mix up the weather a little bit. Elevation 748. That's not so bad. Yeah, let's see if we can actually get the ILS to work again, shall we? We went to Jeff HS. Chapter. There you go. Let's see what it suggests. Then have a look at it that way. Approach. ILS 23. It is suggesting JEP. We'll click load. So it's suggesting JEPs at 6,000 feet. Which looks bang on. Alright, let's go with that. We'll worry about that later. Right, speed bugs, we'll put them back on because they've gone off because I've had the aircraft turned off. Nav source, FMS. Did I set something else? I set... We'll have a radio altimeter minimums, but I think we'll be fine. Did change something in here, didn't I? What was that on the MFD? Can't remember where I changed it now. Power lighting config. Or did I change the, was it VNAV? Maybe it's on the VNAV page. where it shows the circle for our descent altitude. I don't know if it's remembered it, and I can't remember where we did that setting. Was it in here? Map settings. I think this was it. Selected. Oh, it doesn't remember it. That's annoying. You have to turn that on every time. That's a shame. Okay, very small hop. 46 nautical. To get down to 6, I think it was. So we'll just go up to like 10. Cool. I think we're ready to go here. Right. Let's see. Right. Valanta's loaded. We shall start the flight. So I'm not going to pull fuel here because it's like $4 a gallon, whereas the destination we're going to, it's like $3.75. So we'll probably take fuel for that. But we will need to be taking fuel to complete this whole journey this evening because we need like 200 gallons or something. Cool. Right. Taxi lights are on. Parking brake released. Let's make sure Jeff gets a wing full. There we go, Jeff. Enjoy. Is there any way you can just make Jeff go away? Like, it's an option to say, please don't be here. Auto, on. So good. That'll work. Well, yeah, obviously, Larry, but then that's not really what I want, is it? Right, landing lights, strobe lights, flaps set, separators on. Hoping the scenery is a bit nice around here. And the gears coming up. Just watching the ITT rising. Turn off the separator. Expect more golf courses. Autopilot is in, flight level change, nav mode. Hopefully it can find that. It's a little bit cloudy around here. Shallow blue flat, but western North Carolina, Tennessee border's beautiful. This isn't so bad. Should hit 10k fairly quickly. $6,000. Wait, why are you showing the airspace? Top of descent should come back a bit, I think. You bought the Mountain Air to NCO Airport to fly GA in that area, such a nice corner. Huh. That's a nice view. It's nice having a few fluffies around. West Virginia shot you how pretty it is. Top of descent is coming up fairly quickly according to this. Let's get that on 6k. Right, 6,000 feet. VNAV is enabled. VNAV is also turned on. Pretty certain it did this last time. It indicated that it was going to look for the path down. But I seem to remember last time it never said TOD. It said BOD or something stupid.
Where is Sean with his stick? I need to make candy floss.
What? How did I get that, I had the display here last time that showed the top of descent. I can't remember how I got that overlay. Map settings. Is it in here? Aviation. There we go. Flight plan leg. I wish I could remember this. Yeah, look, that says time to BOD. There you go. That's what happened. Look. It's gone from TOD to BOD, and this has gone from path to alt. What's that about? Is it because it's descended? Ah, okay. It's because it has actually found it. That was a coincidence then. So why did it stop working last time? It never descended me last time.
So much clouds out there, it'll start a candy floss bossiness from the plane.
Appears to be working okay. Taraman, thank you for half a year. Valencia, thank you for the bits. I get you now, Valencia. I understand. I was confused. Yeah, last time it indicated BOD, but it never had us descending. I don't really know why. So we'll be at altitude just before Jeff. Jeff's is here, 6,000, and it should follow the VNAV down if we arm the approach then. I think so, Chris. Sometimes the VNAV bugs out of the waypoints are set to alt or above. It tends to work a lot better when it's pure at altitude. It could be it. It definitely seems to have a few little wrinkles. Do you reckon I can arm the approach now? Not yet. At what point can you arm the approach, I wonder? Now. So when it activated the next leg from Jeff's, you can do it. Looking for glide slope. Looking for localizer. Let's see what happens. Nav1 is 190.5, which is what it should be. Not going down. Is it because I've not commanded a lower altitude, maybe? It could be. Having said that, it's not found the localizer either. That's a bit weird. Hasn't found that. That is curious. Or if it has it, why has it not gone green here? Is it waiting for the next waypoint? Or here, lock 1, 2, 3, 5. It's not captured that either yet. There we go. I think it's because it didn't have the VNav, it didn't arm that green. That's really weird. Once I VNav'd it and re-caught the glide slope, then it all went green, bizarrely. It only captured glide slope as locus capture, that's why it instantly captured both and the lock became available. But that would have put it out of profile on the VNav, wouldn't it, surely? Because it's stuck at 6,000. I think it's because I didn't command lower. I should have commanded it down to 2,500. I think that's what threw it. I left it at 6k and I shouldn't have done. Anything grey is armed, not active. It won't become active until it reaches a certain range. Gotcha. It's getting very built up round here. It also looks very misty. Runway's just there. It's very misty, isn't it? Or is that the air quality being simulated right now? Don't believe so. I think it's sunny. Right, 3 greens, inertial separator is on. Speed's coming back. Flaps coming in. Northwest America, not this weekend. And there goes the shifting wind. Every time. That'll do. Probably shouldn't be vacating here, but hey ho. Have you seen the weather at Heathrow? Absolutely binning it down. Mad? I don't get that. Let's park up with the big boys, shall we? Yeah, but you know, it's a sim and we're not online, doesn't matter. You wouldn't do this online. If we just park here, I reckon people can jump out. Okay. Let's have a look at our next job. Right, so we are now departing KCLT and we're heading over to KPBT. This is 200 nautical miles to Dinwiddle, Petersburg, Virginia. So we're now doing that leg of the journey. Basically just south of Richmond. I haven't flown over India now. Let's do that. Do this. So we're taking an Amazon employee, 2 Amazon employees, 3 Walmart employees, and 2 Seward trunks, whatever they are. And I think the fuel was a bit cheaper here, if I remember. We have 100 gallons. Yeah, $3.75 for fuel. So I might as well grab some of that. Let's fuel her up. 38 gallons, 100 kilos available, that's fine. Oil. Yeah. He likes being in here because it's air conditioned, but equally, he gets a bit of FOMO. You like fear of missing out. So he kind of looks out the window, and if he thinks he's missing out on something, he starts barking. It's like, I want to come out. Oh, I don't want to miss anything. Oh, it's too warm. Can I go back in there? It's nice and cold in there. But I don't want to miss out on what's going out here. Can I go back out? is so annoying. Like, either be in here or be out there. It's just like... He's a laugh. Let's see. We are heading northeasterly, aren't we? He's getting on a bit now, Benjamin. He's getting on a bit. You take him on longer walks now, he starts to really struggle. His back legs aren't as strong as they used to be. He kind of struggles now to jump on. Got like a poof that he jumps on to get onto the sofa. He's starting to struggle just to get on it. Sometimes he's getting old, basically. So yeah. It's just life, innit? KCLT 230. We're going to have to take out southwesterly and then turn. Yeah, happens to everybody. You did, Benjamin. Oh, man. Indeed, there's not one person on the planet that's not getting older. 230. Let's have a look. I guess we're going to depart out the same one, aren't we? Low vis chart. I like this. So we'll taxi back up there. Go out with 23. Queen departure. That sounds amazing. A Kilns 4 departure. That seems to go out to the northeast, doesn't it? The Kilns 4 RNAV departure. Let's see what it thinks. So if we go runway 23, it still thinks balmy. The balmy departure, it thinks. Yeah, just as fine, I guess. That looks all right. Canada's having big problems with wildfires. Yep. Wow, 22-year-old cat. That is an old cat. Blimey. I've loaded that departure, but it's decided to do something weird. Let's go into Mansec. Maybe when we say we'll just vector ourselves round to Mantio. Like, why doesn't it show balmy at this point? It doesn't show anything after Mansec. It doesn't show anything at all. So I can't see. Looking at that. Oh, there it is. There's Meshy. Oh, I see. So basically we just turn left out of Mansec and then go towards Meshy, I guess. Fine. And then for the arrival, let's have a look. 210. Not many choices here. So I guess 23. There's an RNAV into 23 that we could take. Yeah, so after that, you just get vectored out and then over to your RNAV. Yeah, I think we'll just climb out, turn left, and then we'll just go direct Mansec. That's fine. Blackmut, thank you for 114 months. We can do the arrival when we get up, can't we? We've got everything we need. The only thing we need to decide is our cruising altitude. Let's go up to 23, flight level 230, I think. Lol, has it got like proper live weather though, or is it delayed a bit? 230 set. We're going to cycle that flight director. Engage nav mode. Right, activate the flight. I've got it loaded on Volanta. Check. Loaded, fuel, check. All good here. Quite nice actually having some misty cloudy weather. What's with the 50% tax on flights? You still make good money. Right, landing lights, strobes, inertial step is on. Takeoff flaps. Power set. There's 80. Just coming up. It's quite misty. That's retracted. Let's get that. The inner marker by any chance? How do we shut that up? Hang on a minute, it wants me to fly the other way. That wasn't going crazy. That's a tasty view, that is. I missed some cloud over here, rain maybe. That's lovely, that is. Beautiful. Meanwhile, back in the plane. Everything appears nominal. We have to fix the VS bug. The only thing I've done is disable VS on that rotary on the Bravo. I've not looked at the video yet. Get the separator back on. Lovely. figure out our arrival shortly. We've got a tailwind as well. Landing lights off. Right, what was we saying? We were saying that we think an RNAV 2.3 is the way to go. We just need to probably get to Onik. Elevation 193, blimey. I don't see any of these. HPW initial approach fix. It's HPW. Did I pick the wrong one? I selected RNAV, not VOR. And I get HPW, LVL, and RIC. Which I don't see any of. I'd expect to see either Onik or an Onik transition or something. Because I don't know where these are. Unless it's thinking I'll just go there. I suppose we could just go HPW. There's HPWs before Onik, so I guess we can come this way to HPW. Loop back that way. Interesting. It completely cuts out HPW, effectively flies overhead and then makes a turn into Onik. Shortcuts the whole thing. So I guess we don't really care what HPW's altitude says. We want Onik is the one that we need. And that one has to be 2,000 feet. Which it is. So that's fine. We should be able to get a VNAV calculation out of that. Well, unfortunately, the winds are the way they are. If the winds were blown the other way, we could just go straight in. Thanks, Mickey. When we're coming in, we want to be putting 1800 in. We want to hit an 1800. Just under pressure. It looks like it's very cloudy that way, but where we're going is a little bit better. Unless it's just not loaded it in yet, which is possible. Yeah, the VNAV should, Kev. The question is, will it? In-flight drinks. Cheers. Not too far off cruise now. Yeah, I don't think we have any discos. We can have a look. Meshy Gulf, Barney, en route. Barmy there, top of descent. And then it goes Fassos. Barmy, flight level 230. Then it puts us 7,400 overhead. And then it branches off, as we saw, towards HPW, but it never makes it. It makes a left turn into Onike at 2,000. So there's no discos as such. That explains the clouds, doesn't it? It's like a ridge line that way. See, we should get a COD calculation now, but we've not got one. It's got it here, but it's not filled it in here yet. I think maybe once it gets past Barmy and then it's en route. It may well be only shows that when the TOD is on the section that we're on. So when we get over Barmy, we'll be on that leg, which has the TOD on it, and then it'll show it, I guess. That would make sense. Panic and nose down. Yeah, but I literally had to do that more than once over the weekend. The best one was this morning when it just did not descend at all. And I was like, flight level 190, 5 miles from the airport. Okay. Anybody got a parachute? It's just not really a simulator. The first time I got my hands on the game, I tried to fly without any order from tutorial. I ended up flying to switching on stuff. Trying to fly without any order from tutorial. I ended up flying to switching on stuff. What difficulty mode was you in? I mean, you can dial up the realism. I don't think it's fair to say it's not a simulator, or not really a simulator. Won't descend if you haven't armed VNAV mod. I did. Selected the altitude to descend to, correct, and if you've selected VTF, VTF is the one that gets a lot of people. What's VTF, dang? Because like right now, I would come into here, one nav mode obviously, I'd put my altitude in, I would then select VNAV. And when it's looking for it, it will normally say alt or something? I can't remember what it says here. So when you say if you've selected vectors to final, we're on an RNAV approach, so what do I need to do? So let me get this straight, Vic. You've never played the game before, but you knew where to select all the settings to dial it to maximum difficulty. And then you just switched stuff on and went flying. Pretty unusual. Yeah, now we're on that leg. Now we've got a TOD. So that is indeed how it works. The approach, you'll have to tell it how to transition to the final. One of the options when you select when you approach is VTF. Do you mean in the VNAV page, or do you mean in the procedures page? Do you mean in here? Or do you mean when you choose vectors? When the option is vectors, is that what you mean? So the transition here, when it says VTF, you mean? Yeah, when it says VTF, you've got to vector yourself over to it. That makes sense. Whereas we've got... Yeah. We've gone for a specific transition. But you're right, if it was vectors, you'd have to deal with it yourself. What I can't work out is where it pops these timers up, because I keep missing them. I put a 1 minute timer in there and then come out of here. When that timer's up, where does it appear? Because it's not very noticeable. There you go, Vic. You probably see a bit better now. Then click start. Yes, it did. Okay, Tom. There's a video about this setup on my channel. There's a video about how I built it to work for Flight Sim. For Flight Sim and driving racing. Do you reckon it appears down here? It says timer there. Like, I'd kind of want something flashing up. That's it. It didn't do anything. It literally just... it just passively got to 0 and then just carried on counting up again for no reason. That's rubbish. Seriously. I want something like my watch where it starts beeping at me or starts flashing something. Just at least enunciate that for a few seconds. Don't just passively count down then count up. I mean, it's not like a pilot's busy doing anything. He's got a timer there for a reason. Please remind me to do something important. God. I think that sucks, honestly. It should behave like the enunciator up here. Well, when there's something that needs your attention drawing, when it's changing, it should just flash for a few seconds. Just draw your attention for a second. And then stop at 0. I never asked you to go up. Hey ho. An egg ball timer, exactly. I just feel like that's not a very good timer, personally. Like with Sky Demon, when you've got your tablet, the timer actually comes on the screen and displays, and you hear it. You hear it beeping as well. So you actually get a proper alert, which is why I have a 30-minute timer set, and it pops up and says tank change. And that's when you whack the fuel pump on, change the tanks, put the fuel pump back off, like reset the timer. And it's brilliant. Works so well on Sky Demon. Moneyball, I have my PPL. That's what I was talking about. Sorry. In the plane that I fly IRL, I have my tablet with Sky Demon on it, and I have timers that run every 30 minutes to remind me to change tanks. If it worked like this, I'd probably forget to change a tank every 30 minutes. If you like the livery, you can download it from squirrel.tv. Just go to squirrel.tv, then click links. It's in there. We have this livery for the TBM, the King Air 350, and the Caravan, Cessna Caravan. Ground speed are we doing? 318, that's not bad. Who made it now? It was, who made delivery again? How long have you had your PPL? 2017, I think. I can't remember his Twitch name, Halo. We might have put it in the README, actually. Might have put the a README in there to say haven't got the zip file. Blackie, that was it. Sir Blackie a lot. Not seen him around for a while. Sir Blackie did him. Unless he's just changed his Twitch name. You never know. What are the essentials going to a flight school? What are the essentials? What do you mean by that? I was about to say, hello, money is the first one. Money is definitely an essential. Right, VNAV path is now enunciated, so it will look for it. We've commanded a lower altitude, so we should be good on that front. So it should begin to descend automatically in 10 minutes' time. Like, if you're thinking about getting a PPL, the first thing I would say is, have you ever been in a GA plane before? If the answer to that question is no, I would say 100% go down to the flight school and ask for an instructor to take you up for an hour. Just to see if you even like it. Because, you know, unlike the sim, when you're in the plane itself and it's a bit warm and you smell aviation fuel and oil, and then you take off and it gets a bit bumpy, you might actually find that, man, I don't like this so much. Better to find that out before you commit to any kind of a PPL. You've been in loads of planes and helicopters. It's okay, so that eliminates that one. So the next thing you're going to need is money, so that will vary. If you're in the US, that's probably, what, $8,000 to $10,000? Probably, at a guess. And then it's really, well, how quickly do you want to do it? Like, how aggressive do you want to focus on it? You can get it done in a few months if you throw yourself at it. Cool, so you like planes, you've been in plenty of them, and you've got the money to do it. Go and have a trial lesson. Just do that. Go and have a trial lesson. Find a flight school, say to them, this is what I want to do. Do you want to try a lesson, see if I like it? €20,000? Why is it so expensive to get a PPL? That's crazy. You're going to need around, well, for a UK license, you'll need 45 hours of flying. So that's 45 hours times whatever the hourly rate is. And an instructor will be present for most of that, so his fee will be on top as well. So that's your minimum. Then you're going to have exams, which you need to pay for. Possibly some study guides you need to pay for. But, you know, it's mostly a time thing. Ouch, Mikey, that's bad. That's real bad. Yeah, well, helicopter flying is like times 3 or 4. Not everybody can afford it, Helipilot. Should you buy a headset, a calculator, or an iPad? When I started, I just used the school's headset. Very quickly went, nope. And bought a second-hand one off the instructor. And I used that for a while. And then later on I replaced it with a better one. And then later on I replaced it with a better one. An iPad, generally speaking, you'll definitely want one for your solo. Well, not for your solo. You definitely want one for your final test. And you want to get used to it on the way. It's probably worth having one, but chat with the instructor first to see what they do. Most planes have an iPad now when you fly at school, usually. Calculator, yes, and you'll also need like a whizzy wheel. You have to learn things the old-fashioned way. That's the problem. Even though all the calculations are now done by these things, when you do your exam, you've still got to prove that you know the principles behind it. So you've got to do like the navigation exam. You've got to use the whizzy wheel to work out the wind. It's a massive faff. I haven't flown for 6 months, Cuban, so I need to get back in the plane. But the plane's been out of action for a few months, but it's now working again. And my medical expires at the end of the month. I'm going to book it tomorrow. I need to get my medical redone. What was your schedule like when you went? I know your time was different, just wondering. Mine, I decided I wanted to fly every week, either 1 or 2 lessons a week. But sometimes you'll book an instructor on a plane, and then you'll get to that day and it'll be rained out. So instead you go to the school and just do ground school stuff instead. You'll find that's what happens quite a bit. If it's like a really bad weather day, the students will be there and they'll just do ground school stuff instead. But that means you have to wait another week for your next booking. So, you know, if you book 2 a week, you'll probably average 1.5. And then that's going to take you probably best part of a year to get through. But if you can afford to do more, do more. Some people were up nearly every day because they wanted to get through it and then focus on the commercial stuff. Right, it's 3 minutes 50 till top of descent. VNAV is selected. Just making sure nothing's been turned off. Your medical, it depends how old you are. Like, as you get older, your medical needs refreshing more frequently, and if you fly commercially, you need to refresh it more frequently as well. So it can be anything from every 5 years to every year. And then there's your ECG as well. That needs doing. As you get older, it gets more regular. They're going to make sure that you're fit to fly, basically. If you wear glasses, then you have to take them to your medical because they'll be doing an eyesight test. Is that the Comanche one, that GGA? I had a look at it yesterday. It looks stunning inside. A2A do good stuff. I just wish they did it quicker. Did a lot of map reading and terrain reading. When you're doing your PPL, you'll be looking at the charts a lot, and the VFR charts where I fly down near London are just an absolute mess. Like, the airspace around London is an absolute mess. It's horrible. It would be a lot easier if I didn't fly down here. If I lived further north, it would be much easier. But yeah, you've got to know how to handle it. Things like SkyDemon make it a lot easier now because you can plot a route in SkyDemon and it will show you if you're cutting through airspace or cutting through a no-fly zone, or if there's a glider site nearby, or if there's a NOTAM that you missed. Because before SkyDemon, you would have to download all the NOTAMs, spot everything en route. You know, that's the old-fashioned way. Sky Demon just makes that a lot easier. Main thing you look at is the MSA, like the minimum sector altitudes and things like this, and work out what's your minimum you can fly at. And then obviously the weather. The weather's just hilarious. Yeah, that whole area down Farnborough is a mess now. It's just, but, you know, thankfully the CAA has basically said to all these ATC people, you know, if I'm a pilot and I want to transition some airspace and they refuse, I can go to the CAA website and basically log the fact that I was refused. Now it's not complaining, but it's logging the fact that you've been refused. If they start to see a picture building up of that airspace, they'll start to ask questions like, why are you not letting people through your airspace? Like, they've all been told to be much more accommodating towards GA pilots that want to transition the airspace. And Farnborough is a classic example because they land grabbed a load of airspace. It's made it so that we more or less have to ask for permission just to get around that area. And so what goes with that is, well, you need to be more tolerant and allow GA pilots through your airspace. And if you don't, we want to know about it. So we'll see. Right, we should start descending in 1 second. VPath. There it goes. To this, it looks like remotely like we're going to get to where we need to be. Come back a little bit on the speed. Don't need to descend quite so harshly. You'd be over Austin. I think, I don't know, US airspace is a bit easier to deal with, but you know, with the US, you can fly out and then very quickly find yourself in massive open areas of Class G airspace. Not so simple in the UK. No, because yours differ slightly to mine, but you don't need to know them all, except for your exam. Funnily enough, we don't really have any Class A airspace in the UK like you do in the US. Most of ours is Class D or Class G or E, I can't remember. Essentially, there's like a chart, there's like a table that shows you all the different classes and what you need, but it's all to do with, do you need to talk to someone? Do you need to have transponders? You know, do you need to get permission? Do you have to have an instrument rating? It's that stuff, really. Like, I could never fly in Class A airspace. All the Class A airspace in the UK is above us. That's all IFR territory. I can't go in there. But mostly in the UK it's Class D or Class G, I think. Don't know, Benjamin. Like, I'm not flying that much to warrant getting an instrument rating anyway, and to get one would cost a lot of money. It's something I'd like to do, but it's a lot cheaper just to do stuff on a sim than it is IRL. So, at the moment I have no plans to get my instrument rating. Like Cat Strater did it, and then he flew quite a lot, and then I don't think he's flown a lot since. So it's one of those things where if you're going to get it, you need to be sure that you're going to get your money's worth out of it, because it's a big commitment. Big commitments of time and money. Also, there are people that just go over to the States from here and get it done over there because it's cheaper, and then transfer the license back. Real life wet price. When I started training, a real life wet price was 140 an hour in a Robin. That's gone up because fuel went up, so it's probably like 170, 180 plus your instructor. But yeah, there's nothing cheap in aviation. Nothing. No, even the biscuits are not cheap. Have you ever bought a biscuit on a plane? How much was that? Cake's like a £5. I haven't flown X-plane for years. Electric planes are interesting, Donkey. I watched a YouTube video probably about a year ago about an electric plane that was flying, I think it was Switzerland. It was either Switzerland or Austria, but I think it was Switzerland. And there's a whole load of noise abatement things about flying around Switzerland. But with the electric plane, like, it could stay airborne for about 90 minutes, I think it was. Which meant that you could take off, do an hour's lesson, and then land. And because it's so quiet, it can actually fly quite happily in places where there are pretty strict noise abatement rules. But yeah, they're completely different animals to fly as well. Like, when you're taxiing, it's not like a normal plane where you start it up, the propeller's spinning. None of that. You just sat on the ground, and when you want to move, you just press the throttle and it just spins the propeller. And then if you need to stop, you back off and the propeller stops. It's a completely different thing. If you have to wait for a taxi, you're hardly burning any energy. So it's quite an interesting video if you watch it. I don't know if it was a pipistrel or something else, Rome. Guess that's my door again. Yeah, that's the other thing. The weight doesn't change as you fly. Absolutely not. Same for an electric car. It doesn't get lighter the more you drive it. Which is another weird oddity. Yeah, they're all kind of making it. The problem right now is energy density in a battery. That's what kind of changes things a little bit. If energy densities just suddenly tripled, then things would change rapidly. Well, as I've said before, the problem with hydrogen is the density and the fact that you have to keep it either under pressure or very cold. Liquid hydrogen's a difficult thing to handle. It's also highly explosive. What was 2, 3. Yeah, coal batteries. Yeah, they don't charge as quickly either. Yep. And the problem as well is, like, hydrogen molecules are very, very small. Very small. Like, literally the smallest there is. And therefore they more easily escape through small gaps in your tanks and things like this. So you can just leak hydrogen quite easily. An SS50 scope. What's I don't think I fly the SS50. The Vision Jet, yeah. I don't know if there's a good one in Microsoft Flight Sim, to be honest. I don't like its predictions for our altitude here. I'm going to slow right down because this prediction of being at 1800 is way out there. We've got to make it on that turn. Flight FX has an excellent SF50. Yeah, I didn't get my multi-engine rating. Again, Benjamin, if you go and get a multi-engine plane, like a twin-engine plane, you're literally doubling the cost of flying. Pretty much. And it's already expensive as it is, you know. Well, this thing's going a little bit bonkers. It's literally stopped us from descending, and now it's descending again. How very strange. What is the VNAV doing? Did it hit a restriction? Maybe it hit a restriction. Vision Jet flying speed bump. What do you mean? Be get good flight sim first, be good flight school IRL. Any time you spend in a sim is never bad time. You know, if you can, whatever your plane you're going to learn in, if you can get that plane in the sim, you can come home after a lesson and just basically try stuff, practice stuff. Mickey, mate, I waited a long time just to get a room like this. So, once we get past on, I go to hit and we should be able to arm the approach and try and pick up the glide that way. Pretty cool view. Alison, I'll use the planner, that makes life a bit easier, but it's old and clunky. Should catch the glide shortly. Yeah, I mean, just have a plan, Benjamin. You can still play in the sim first, right? Like I say, anytime you find out what your flight school generally learns in. Like if you learn in a 152 or a 172 or a Piper Warrior, whatever it is, like learn what it is that they use and then get that in the sim and just go for it. It's never going to be bad time in the sim. Okay, we got the glide. Okay, gear down, separator up. Flaps full, 3 green. AP's off. The separator basically changes the air intake on the engine so it doesn't suck up rubbish into the engine. And there's that random sink. Not the first time I've had that. That wind's changed again. Right to left, left to right. Was a fight. Lol, whoever that was. That was a bit of a fight coming in, though. Captain Flint, thank you. We didn't break anything, that's the main thing. Feels like every time we get on final and the wind is blowing like that way, and by the time we get really short final it's turned like that. Almost every time it does that. Hey, I found Jeff. Bonus? You can put your arms down now, pal. Are you flying yourself to Paris? You must be joking. They'll fly me out, though. Right. So we're taking a... We're not taking 7 passengers. We're taking a cargo of 7 passengers. Not sure how that works. From KPTB to Klex. Which is Bluegrass Airport, apparently. So that is this leg here. Bit of a chunky one, this one. Over the national forests, by the look of it, Beckley. It's be quite scenic. I don't want to go too high, actually, because I'd like to see this. 7,000 foot runway. 97 feet elevation, blimey. I'm going to fly a little lower. I might just fly maybe like 12,000, just keep it reasonable, just so we can see the prettiness of it all. Right, flight director can come off. You've been to Beckley. The Appalachian Mountains are beautiful, but a pain to drive through. Mountains generally are painful to drive through. No, there's no auto feather. Winds are still 220 here. So we're going to be going out of here onto 23. She might fly at 10,000. Not exactly fuel efficient and quick, but if you want to see some scenery, might be worth it. It's quite a long hop though, so the lower we fly, the slower we're going to go. Guess there's a balance to be had. Let's go 12. How do you get your flight plan to show on the MFD? Do you mean here? Or here? Or up here? Well, which is the scenic bit on this journey? Which is the bit we want to see? Is it like this bit through here? Because that's pretty much midway. The middle bit, yeah, so I can't really climb after that. What's the MSA around here, do we know? Well, if you wanted to show... Okay. If your screen says that, if you're on the MFD down here, you can say, what do I want the MFD to show? I want it to show me the map. Yeah? And it'll show you the map. Or you can split your screen and have two versions of it, and then use that outer thing to flick between the two. So if that one's got focus and I spin this, I'll zoom this one. And if I flick back to that one, I can then use the focus on that one. Or I can say, I don't want it split, I just want that. If that's what you mean. If you want the flight plan to show under here, then you need to come to map settings, I think it is. And then inset window, flight plan text, just turn it on and off. And then you've got two options, cumulative or leg to leg. So leg to leg shows you like the distance, the time between each leg. Cumulative adds it all up. I prefer cumulative, but I think it defaults to leg to leg. SS 5,500 to 12,000 should be perfect. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, should get a decent view. We'll figure out some approach landing thing when we get there. Thank you, Source. So flight directing, come on. Nav will go on. Looks a bit janky at the moment, doesn't it? There it goes. I think it just needs cycling. Look. It just needed to be like turned on and off again a couple of times. Then it was like, oh, okay, I get this. I get this. It's caching something. Is what it feels like. Okay, so we've got the flight plan in Volanta. We're going to load. FSC is loaded. So packs and fuel's now loaded. Can you give us a pushback? Go, give us a push. Give us a pushback, Jeff. Let's do it. Don't get too close, Jeff. Watch what you're doing, pal. Oh, it just fits under the prop. Easy, boy. You're getting close there. Don't get sucked in. Can't remember how you get him to turn left and right. How do you get him to turn left and right? Wait, what? There's two of you. What's going on? What kind of rubbish is this? Disconnect, Jeff. What's going on? Hang on. It's time to push us back again. No, if you do Shift P, you get a pushback. What's going on? I'm not really sure where he's lining up. Oh, this is crazy. Jeff squared now. Jeffception. Whoa, that's not safe. That's not safe at all. Let's go. What are you doing? This doesn't look orthodox. Now we're moving. Woo! And they've merged into one. Jeffception. Cancel that. Ah, it didn't spawn another one this time, did it? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. We have another one. This is freaking. I can't get rid of him. Do you know what? Can we just get out of here before these guys like destroy something? No, he's attached to the plane. What you do? Go away. I can't take off like this. Let go of my plane. Dude. Does this mean we're going to take off with him on board? I think I can feel wind... I can't steer properly with him at the front. Like, literally, I can feel him... What? Whoa! She appeared and went, get off him, Jeff. Leave him alone. What's going on? Oh, I see. They've created a goalpost for me. I see. That makes sense. No, 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 you're not. No, I'm going. You're not having my plane anymore. Go away. Go away. There's 3 of them. two Jeffs and some other rando. I like clones. It's like Matrix, this, isn't it? Ah, Mr. Anderson. No, I'm Mr. Smith. No, he's Mr. Smith. No, she's Mrs. Smith. My God. That got weird real quick, that did. Okay. Well, anyway. We'll know where we're going. Jeff Smith. The two Jeff Smiths and Mrs. Jeff Smith. We'll leave them behind. Calyx look like? Ooh, Broken Clowns, 1500. That was difficult to clip while I was laughing. Oh my God. Right, takeoff trim is set. Landing lights coming on. Strobes coming on. Flight directors on, nav modes enabled. And we've got a bit of a crosswind. What the heck was that random flash from behind them? Look at the flight director again. Can you see this magenta? Look, if I do this, watch. It suddenly goes, oh yeah, I get it. Oh, that's misty over there. It's gone proper misty. Get the autopilot. Whoops. Flight level change in. Nav is hopefully not being crazy. Yeah, look at that like layer of mist. Do I have an AP in the real plane? We do. So far it's been temperamental and not worked in summer very much, but in winter it's fine. However, with all the recent changes, it may well just be working properly now. Where did the Cirrus jet come from? It's on the FSE group. It could well be... Some guy say he was leasing it to us. Yeah, there it is. Scorp UK. It's currently homed in EGPF. don't know, take it for a spin, see what you like. Let's have a look at that. Southerly wind, so probably 2.2 is the way to go. There is an ILS into 2.2. Saddle radar fix. Bridle at 3200, but you're supposed to get fixed on saddle beforehand. You got to get on the saddle before you ride the horse, right? Yeah, we've got loads of fuel. 1,000 foot roughly elevation. Genus or hike? Genus comes in from that direction, so that's no good. I'm not entirely sure where hike is. Oh, there's hike. Lexington hike. So that would bring you in from here, then right turn around to saddle. That's probably a better bet. Vector's probably a safe approach, but we can go with hike and see what it looks like. Okay, that's a mess. I think vectors would have been better, and then direct to saddle. It's no good at all. Add en route waypoint done. Okay, and saddle, what do we have to be at saddle? 3200. That should get us most of the way there, we can figure it out later. Okay, we're at 12,000. Our ground speed sucks. Look, normally we could do 300. But, yeah, we might have to climb a little bit after this. Space engineers. Maybe. Yeah, this is going to take way too long if we do this. problemo. Although we're doing 248 ground speed, that's not too bad now. Where's these mountains that we're trying to view? Is this bit here? Can't really see them. Oh, there you are. You vaguely see the hills there. We'll stick with it. Have you flown to the western part of Virginia to see them? No, I don't think I have. Didn't John Denver make a song about that part of the world? I seem to remember. This doesn't seem right. How can it go from saddle, initial approach fix, to bridle, final approach fix, with a distance between them of over 300 nautical miles? What? Yeah, look, it seems to think that to go from saddle to bridle is an hour and a half. When saddle's there and bridle's here. It's almost like it's got a completely different thing. That doesn't make any sense. And yet when I looked at it on the map, well, it looks okay. Unless it's talking about going there and coming back again. It feels like it's got the wrong waypoint for bridle. But yeah, it kind of doesn't, does it? Look. It's got saddle, then bridle, then runway 22. So how can it possibly be 300 nautical between those two waypoints? This is crazy. I wonder if we should vector ourselves to Sparrow or Bayer. It's 10 nautical miles. Sparrow. We should go to Sparrow. Go there and then there. Yeah, we could try a vector to Copenhagen, see how we get on. That doesn't look good at all, does it? Where's it going? It's an aggressive turn. So what's this line here? It's almost like it thinks it's going back to KTPB somehow. It's Kev, the way I do it is... What I did, Kev, was configure... You see that button on the side there, which is like a go-round button? I configure that button there so that when I press and hold it, it activates the feather. So then what I do on the ground is I hold that button, throttle forward, and as long as I'm holding the button, it feathers the prop and activates the reverser. And then for feathering, I use this. If I bring that forward, it actually pushes the throttle lever through that gate there. So I basically push the prop forward a little bit, it pushes it through that gate, and then I manually pull it back. Is what I do, and then I use that for the reverser. If that makes sense. Okay, so Sparrow has calculated a VNAV for Sparrow Wonder. It has 10,000, 3,200 at saddle. See, it even knows when it comes from saddle to bridle, it even knows that it's only dropping a small amount. And yet it's just got an insane calculation though. There's something... I don't use SPAD. I don't even like it. I don't even like the name of it, SPAD. I think that's what puts me off the most. If they'd have called it something like... I don't know. If they'd have called it... iJeff, I'd have got it. But they call it SPAD. And I don't like that name. We need to make the iJeff now. The iJeff, yeah. We need to make that tool. I know it stands for something, doesn't it? SPAD. But if I'd have been developing that, and then I thought, what should we call this? And then somebody went, well, why don't you call it SPAD? Because it stands for that. I'd have gone SPAD. I'm not calling it SPAD. You can see some hills. Approaching the old hills there. Coming in through the mist. Now, programs usually are very bad at marketing. Wasn't I a programmer? Yep. But I was a special programmer. Looks up at the top middle of the screen. Hang on, I need to look that way for you. Top middle of the screen, look. I didn't turn Dutch just because I said special. Hey! Flight Sim 2024 trailer just shown. Okay. A trailer. So they've already announced next year. Where are they going next year, Lars? What are they doing next year? It looks rad. FS Weekend confirms new dates for 2024. Thank you, Larry. Let's have a quick look. They can have music and stuff, are they? I can't have music. I don't want to get copyright struck. The next generation of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Pursue your dream of a career in aviation. Aerial firefighting. Okay, so we've got search and rescue choppers. Cool. Oil rigs, nice. Wow, look at this sea. They've actually done a decent job of it. Those rigs are cool. Helicopter cargo transport's lovely. I wonder how the physics works in that. You can do that in DCS. It's not easy. Air ambulance. Agricultural aviation. Hey, I like this. Crop spraying. Hilarious. Mountain rescue. They basically put all the stuff in that, like, On Air and things have had. Skydive. What? Oh no! I've always wanted to fly that Sikorsky. Aerial construction. That sounds wicked. Oh my god. They didn't. They put the Beluga in there. A400M? Are you serious? Literally always wanted the A400M. No. They put A10s in there. Hot air balloon trips. Wait, I gotta see this again. I gotta see this I gotta see this again. Can't believe some of this. A400M, mind blown. So you got like fires and stuff where you have to drop water. Aerial firefighting. Can you do that in multiplayer? That's my first question. Search and rescue. Is that a dual man operation? Do you pilot, somebody else acts as the rope guy? This is the big question. Is it multiplayer? Helicopter cargo transport, fun. Difficult but fun. The fact they've got actual proper ships in there now is a big thing. Is that a caravan? I mean, that looks like fun. But, you know, you'd want to be paid for it in a sim. I can't believe they put skydiving in it. That's just bonkers. That looks wicked. Like, that looks proper insane right there. Oh, I can't believe... I've been inside the A400. Such a cool plane. VIP charter service. You get quiche? They better put quiche in that plane. Otherwise it's not proper VIP. Red Bull Air Racing is going to be fun. Glider pilot's brilliant. Scientific research. Oh my god. Did you notice that? Hang on a minute. You notice the weather change then? That was subtle there. You see that? That subtle change. Look. Look. The terrain got changed through the seasons. Airship tours. Hot air balloon trips, as if. Yeah, they added seasons, but they didn't tell you. They just in a few seconds flat showed you seasons, look. Just like, oh yeah, by the way, seasons. Don't worry about it. Well. There'd be an update. It'd just been an update to the sim. Some of it might be paid DLC, maybe. Like some missions, maybe, I don't know. But that looks super cool. 2024. Well, it said Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, didn't it? So you can only imagine that's next year. See that, Elsinore? Have we got any kind of VNAV thing going on here? Yes, we have. So we will enable VNAV. Put altitude down 3200. I don't think. Well, explain, like, this is the problem when Microsoft got behind a flight simulator. You know, they have bottomless pit of money. And they always make sure it works on Xbox, which just captures another massive audience. Some of that looks proper fun though, doesn't it? Like Sikorsky dropping an aerial into position. Wicked. Yeah, I mean, they've had to really do the water physics in order to put that ship on it, haven't they? You've got that ship bouncing around and you've got drop cargo on it, so they're going to have to overhaul the water sim completely. But the seasons change is massive. Been talked about for years. Like the actual scenery changing over time. Fantastic. I agree with you, Plagiato. I'm not really a console guy for that reason. But when you consider the cost of a PC to play Microsoft Flight Sim compared to the cost of an Xbox, you know? I don't know, Kirby. I mean, I read it as an update to Microsoft Flight Simulator in 2024. I doubt they'll make a brand new sim. That would be bonkers, but who knows? Exactly, Tom. Like, that would be a fundamentally huge mistake to do that. Oh, look at the mist over these mountains. That looks absolutely cool. The only thing I would say is Microsoft never called it Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. They called it Microsoft Flight Simulator. That trailer specifically says 2024, which makes it pulls in the question, is it a new release called Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, or is it just them saying Microsoft Flight Simulator coming in 2024? Is it just setting the expectation? I don't know. I really, really hope that they do not branch the game into another game. That would be a huge disappointment. You got roasted in the chat for saying that. I don't know why. Like, I think Microsoft, as far as I can tell, only want to have one version of their game, and that's the version that's in the Xbox store, you know, the PC Xbox store. It's the version that you buy, it's the version that connects to all of those servers, it's the version that developers build to. Like, it would be madness to move away from that, and I really hope they don't. They did say from the start they'd be developing it for a decade. But just putting that 2024 in the title has really thrown up some questions. IGN just tweeted a bunch of new mods that come in, including Search and Rescue, Hot Tub. Yeah, we just watched the video, Hayton. We literally just watched the video, dude. The tweet says, play the new sequel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The new sequel. Rip. It sounds like they've gone down that road, doesn't it? I mean, oh God. See, P3D, X-Plane, they've all done this. One of the main reasons to do it is because they can completely change APIs from one version to another. So if they want to, like, completely redo a whole set of APIs, or or something else that's not compatible anymore with the previous version, that's why they do it. The downside is, it means like all your add-ons generally break and either need free updates or paid for updates. It's a horrible model for a consumer. So, you know, I'm sitting there thinking, well, everything I've bought on Orbex, is that going to work on the new one? They really need to answer some questions quickly. Well, I mean, if you bought stuff in the marketplace, is it going to carry over? I don't know. Or will you just get a big discount? Who knows? It's crazy around here, look at it. It tends not to be the aircraft, Kirby, it tends to be all the scenery. Like, you know, you don't mind so much paying for one plane, like a PMDG or whatever. Get an update on it. Not so bad. But all the airports and all the scenery, God, if they need paying for. I really hope that, because you've got the Flight Sim show in 2 weeks' time, right? and obviously these announcements are starting to come out. I hope Microsoft... I assume Microsoft will have a stand, or at least say something at the show, and I hope that people ask the question, is this a new version or is this just a free update? Man, these rolling hills, look at this. Right, I need a bio break. I should be right back.
Dear Captain Chair, how is your day faring? Sitting there all right, want some tea with a biscuit perhaps?
Yeah, seasons have been promised by Microsoft Flight Sim, so they by rights should go in the same version, right? I don't know. We'll have to see. There are questions for sure. Just going through Twitter, everyone's asking the same question. Update or sequel? They've really confused things, haven't they? It is a bit of a PR mess. You'd think Microsoft would know better by now than to just confuse people. Not really, Olicast, because it's also scaring people. You know what I mean? Because, like, people will now be thinking, hang on a minute, I might not buy this add-on or this thing if I'm going to have to buy it again. I might as well wait, right? So it also blocks sales unless there's clarity on what their intentions are with this. That's the problem. Because I'd be the same. I'd be sitting there thinking, well, hang on. If you're going to bring an update next year, I might as well wait before I buy something. So they've got to address this problem right now. Is £7.54 more or less than €8.99? I don't know. Multiply £7.54 by the current pound to euro exchange rate, which is probably about 1.1, and it's not far off. Indeed, Biggie Footy, but I'd like to think with the cloud-based solution things have changed, but who knows? They promised to develop it for a decade, yeah. They didn't promise not to break it into multiple releases. Cool, thank you, Henrik. Microsoft Flight Sim Discord has gone mad. We want answers! When do we want them? Now! Pitchforks are out. Hey, Microsoft, what do you mean by this? I mean, I don't care if they want to call it 2024, as long as it's not a completely different game. Like, and I have to buy it again, or I have to buy add-ons for it again. Like, that's just going to be a world of pain. You want one platform that constantly evolves. But Dovetail, they pull the same trick with Train Sim World. They never mentioned multiple versions. They said multiplayer was coming, you know, and then went off and made three or four different versions of it. So hang on a minute. So yeah, they better start coming up with some answers real quick. I bet Twitter's erupted with it as well. Why do you announce these things on a Sunday afternoon? Seriously, what's so special about Sunday afternoon? We're all trying to relax, and now everybody's just adrenaline pumped, pitchforks out, having a go at Microsoft. Keyboards are lighting up with this now. This is not what Sundays are meant to be. Do it on a Monday morning when I'm already angry and fed up. Then do it. Release it then. Don't release this on a Sunday afternoon. We're all trying to chill. Sitting there playing your flight sim and they start saying, hang on a minute, you have to buy everything again. There's their Xbox showcase. I don't care. And also, why didn't they just save this till the flight sim show anyway? Announce it at the flight sim show would have been more relevant. Yeah, by the time we get to Monday morning, all of our adrenaline have gone now. How are we going to get through Monday? They did not announce any new features for the sim, more like some missions. If they abandon construct products and flight sims and missions, unfortunately by them, I'm going to be very, very disappointed. When you say they didn't announce new features, did you notice they subtly showed you 4 different seasons? I think if they hadn't have put 2024 in that YouTube title, there wouldn't be so many questions right now. Train Sim World Editor, yeah. They're still laughing at that one. Exactly, why don't they just wait for the show and then, you know, they could have had the stage all to themselves at the Flight Sim show and wowed us with it all, but no. What did they do? 2 weeks before the Flight Sim show, on a Sunday afternoon, they announced all this Flight Sim content to their Xbox fans who are more worried about the next Gears of War than anything else. They could have just literally showed it to thousands of Flight Sim fans. And it would have spread like wildfire. But they're like, oh, Xbox. Yeah, it's all got to be Xbox, hasn't it? Because that's where the Flight Sim people are on Xbox. Like flipping heck. Like all previous flight sims from Microsoft have been on PC, all of them. And yet they're all console. Like, come on. Yeah, because it's Xbox, Larry. They've aimed it at the wrong people. It's technically Sunday morning in Redmond. Either way, it's still Sunday. Well, Rockstar, like, it's different, Rockstar. It's completely different, Chris. You can perhaps understand it with GTA. It's massive on consoles, absolutely huge. But Flight Sim is a PC thing. It's great that it works on console, but it should still be about the PC audience, in my opinion. And yes, I'm biased. All the PC sims, sorry, all the Flight Sims, PC. Xbox, P3D, Microsoft Flight Simulator, this is the only one, really, that's come to console. So it should therefore live at the Flight Sim show. That's where the announcement should have been. Not Xbox Sunday. This entire area is absolutely massive. I can't imagine how long it would take to get through this in car. It takes long enough flying over it. So someone tweeted, sequel, not an update. They replied, that's right, a brand new sequel. Okay, if they said a brand new sequel, I think that pretty much spells it out that this is not an update. What it is, Larry, is... I'll tell you what it is. It's because it's been transferred over to us. Yeah. I can't edit it, Larry, right now because you've got it rented out, but it should have a value on it. I don't know how much we're supposed to rent the Vision out, but because Larry transferred it to us, it's got no defaults for rent, so right now you're renting it for free. Well, it's going to be Xbox and PC, isn't it, Biff? Oleg, as I said before, I think it's great that it's on console. I don't... You're looking at it the wrong way. I'm saying that its roots are PC. It shouldn't ignore its massive PC audience. Like, the PC simming market and the flight sim market on PC is huge. And they shouldn't ignore that. They should... Just because they've got it on their console, they should still honour its roots and say to the PC people, here you go. Not... If you put it in an Xbox market... If you put it on the Xbox announcement, you're basically saying, we care about Xbox. And annoyingly, it means that we're not going to get seasons in this version of Microsoft Flight Simulator. You're going to have to buy the sequel. But what does the progression path look like from this sim to the next one? Oh yeah, City Skylines 2 is going to be great. I'm not so much bothered about the price of the simulator. I'm more bothered about how much money we're going to have to spend on everything else. Like, does that mean your Phoenix isn't going to work? You're going to have to wait for an update. Does that mean your add-ons are not going to work? Your airports? All the other stuff? Devs can only get aircraft out for this version in 3 years. Yep. But, I mean, again, this could be the reason why they need a new version, is because they just need a completely different API. See, sometimes you can't... APIs are difficult things because any software that's written to an API, you really can't change it. So if you want to do that, you generally need to move to a new version just to have a radically different API. But then that means everything breaks on the new model, on the new version. What's an API? Application Programming Interface. It's basically how one program talks to another. So if you're the developer of an add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator, the way that you interface to Microsoft Flight Simulator in code is via an API. It's like a set of calls. I can get my code to call this with this information and get this information back. That's like an API. It's like a protocol. $16 minutes to TOD. GJ Dubsy, thank you for 88 months. Don't know, Larry. I don't really follow farm sim at the moment. Announcement says come in 2024. Giving people a heads up. Imagine if you're like PMDG or something and you sat there coding away your 777 from Microsoft Flight Simulator and you're like 90% through the code. And you just sent it all off to some alpha testers and stuff like that. Nearly got this, guys. We nearly got this ready for release. And then Microsoft come along and go, hold my beer. Well, they would have known when the other developers known, so they would know before we do, but they would still be told at a certain time. Ultimate Edition, 75 quid. Give over. £75 for Skyline. Nah. Yeah, it's Dancy. Thank you for subbing with Prime. It's not an update. They've tweeted to say it is a sequel, not an update. I think it's fun. I think it's like sinking in, isn't it? Everybody's head now. They're just kind of going, right. So, yeah. Sequel to Flight Sim. Are my profiles going to carry over? Are my controls going to work? My add-ons going to work? How much is it going to cost? Oh my god. This weather looks a bit pants around here, doesn't it? Oh yeah. 18011 gusting 20 knots. Scattered 2,000 feet. Broken 2,400. Broken 3,000. Oh my god. Is it going to be a bit cloudy coming in? Kind of glad we got the ILS here. Is that the Skylands trailer, pups? Let's have a look. All footage captured in game. What, on PC, Xbox? Every road. Every home. Every train. Every bus. Every skyscraper. Every roundabout. Every district. Every city. Every cloud. Every tree. Is nothing without you. Oh God. Oh, I like the grid road lane thing. It's largely the same, isn't it? But the rendering are the roads. Are we going to need engineering mods again to make it work properly? Double track bridges, I love it. What's the traffic going to be like? That's the question. The million-dollar question is the traffic. Coal power plants like it. Air pollution, yep. Traffic. Will all the traffic try to drive in the same lane on a 6-lane road? That's the big question. Ooh, bit of snow, bit of nighttime. Not going to release that as a DLC. You make cities. Wait for it. We make something. 24th of October. 24th of October. Where's TOD? 9.5 minutes. We'll just do that. Yeah, we'll just do that. Guys, look at this view. Look at that. Amazing view. I think it means 24th of October, not October 2024. It's the Americans, right? Even though I'm sure Paradox is like a European company. Whatever. Yeah, you make cities, we make money. It's almost like you plan to play Microsoft Flight Sim this weekend knowing there'll be a massive announcement on a Sunday afternoon. I don't know what you're talking about, Larry. As if. If only I was that in tune with Microsoft. Into the fluff. Well, we always knew the sim was going to get better, but what we didn't expect was it would get better via different versions. That was never something we understood. So what are we saying then? A sequel every 4 years now on average. See, the other question then is, what happens to the current version of the sim? Does it just like completely freeze and doesn't get updated? Dan Sanator, I keep saying this is an API problem. It's literally that. It's all down to the fact they have to move the goalpost via a different version. There's no other way of doing it. It's a technical reason. Cynically, you'll say it's about money, but there are actually very good reasons why they have major releases of flight simulators. Looks to the top of the screen. minutes. Okay, VNav, set, path mode, looks good. Ooh, we can see stuff again. Pretty soupy weather right now. There's a few layers of cloud going on, that's the problem. What'll be funny is if, is it On Air or the other one? Is it FS Passengers? One of them that allows you to do emergencies. If that hooks into the in-game emergencies, that'd be kind of cool. Like, actually putting out fires mean you can get in the sim and put the fire out. Starfield. 1,000 planets to visit. When's the release on Starfield? Is this Starfield? What does that even say? What am I getting like? Turn that off. Guns. Stuff. Spacesuits. More guns. Food. What engine's that? Is that Unreal Engine or something? Sixth of September for Starfield. Okay, yeah, boring. Feels Halo-like. Yeah, we'll see what kind of game it is. 3 minutes to descent. No, I was need to do an Elder Scrolls announcement. Blimey, can you imagine? Bethesda actually delivering something that doesn't get panned. Those were the days. Bethesda releases Buggy Mess. Okay, what's new? Reddit flight sims reacting as you might expect. What is it? Pitchforks or tears? Is it the angry mob or the cry mob? Or is it both of them? Which one is out in force? Is it the wow, 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 don't you do this to me? Or is it the, we're not having this, how dare you? I feel offended. Devs have hardly begun working on Microsoft Flight Sim. I was just scrolling through this. So this is the announcement, isn't it? Most add-on devs have begun working on Microsoft Flight Sim. This is going to release, and PMDG still don't have their EFB ready. I'm confused. It's actually a new game or an update evolution. This is the massive confusion they've left. Flight Sim, Job Sim. He's got a point, actually. He's got a point. He's kind of adding stuff into Job Sim. Like, they've added stuff to do, haven't they? Which is kind of interesting. Hopefully it's an evolution of existing platform and DLC. We don't yeah, I don't think it is, pal. Don't think it is. I dropped my phone when I saw the beluga. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine, like, just watching the video on your phone and you went and just let go of it and smashed it on the ground? A beluga? Bro, your phone. I thought it was supposed to be a 10-year project. You see, this is going to keep biting Microsoft. This 10-year project thing. And why are they calling it 2024? Adding a year to the... I mean, this is the other thing. Adding a year to the name feels like a step backwards. I'm kind of with this guy. Oh, wrong button. That one. Anyway, we're descending. Well, it is the Flight Sim Reddit, isn't it? It's a little bit less... It's a little bit more thinking man's for Reddit. No, it's not Kirby. It never has been. Microsoft Flight Simulator is what it was called. The 2020 moniker came out of the community because they wanted to distinguish it between that and previous versions. It did. It did used to have a year after it. But that was the thing. When they called it Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think even they thought there will be just this sim and we'll just evolve it. I think even they thought that. And somewhere along the line they've actually realised, or the accountants and the execs have told them, no, we need more money, we need more sales. It's no good having one simulator. We need to keep releasing it every few years and getting the upgrades. I don't know. It could be a technical problem or a money thing. Who knows? Well, P3D isn't at all a consumer product. At all. It's like the opposite of a consumer product. Yeah, I think it is Dyson at all. I kind of feel like it's a mix. There are very good, probably technical reasons why they've had to come up with a new version. They've obviously learnt a lot from building Microsoft Flight Simulator and realised that they need to change a lot of things, but they can't do it without breaking a lot of stuff. So they have to kind of move to a newer version. And I also think there's the accountancy side of it, that it makes them money when they do release a new version because it pays the bills. So I kind of feel like it's a mix. What I always hated about P3D, Senator, is the fact they never offered you an upgrade price. Like, I bought P3D version 2, version 3, version 4, version 5, and every time you have to pay full price. There's like, it's ridiculous. And I hope Microsoft don't do that. If you've already got the game, they should allow you to upgrade it for a reduction in cost. According to this, we're only just going to make it down to Saddle in time. I never tried loading it on a 500 meg line, but I think the average internet speed now is higher than 500. Oh, release date, it's bound to. Really? Average broadband is less than 30 megabits? Jeez. Man, you've got a really messed up system over there, haven't you? Like, in terms of competition, there is none. It's really weird. Like, depending on where you live, you can only have internet from a certain provider. It's completely broken. It's the opposite to how it should be. Like, consumer choice is not a thing. That's what Ty was telling me. That's ridiculous. That's just a literal monopoly. That's terrible. Glad you enjoyed it, Andrew. I just find it bizarre. Like, you'd think that America would stand for the opposite of that. You'd think it would be about choice and competition. And it's now, I think, 46 months. It's a nice view now. Passed through some bad weather, but it's not so bad anymore. Let's see if we're on profile. Looks like we are. Actually, was this an ILS? It was, wasn't it? 111.75 IJN. 1.75. Bugged out. 2-2. So bridle is where we want to be picking up. So once we get past saddle onto bridle, we can arm the approach and it should pick it up along that line. Is the theory. $3,200 is fine. Quite pretty round here. Cosmo Guy, thank you for 11 months. It's kind of similar to the UK as the Virgin or Openreach. No, that's not true. If you want cable, it's Virgin. If you just have a normal telephone line, you can go with whoever you like. Openreach are the people who install the line, but you can go with any company to actually provision the service. And the rates are different between companies. So like Openreach deal with the cabling and then BT sit on top and sell you internet. But you don't have to be with BT. You could be with, what's the mobile networks? You can get it. You get Vodafone do it. EE do it. And that's designed to keep prices down. That's the whole point of it. Looks like it's found the localizer. Lock 1 is in grey. Localizer. Pepe, if you want to upgrade your router to create a mesh network, you have to have BT internet. Nah, I'm on BT internet. I have a mesh network because I don't use anything. Like, my BT router is used as a router, and that's it. That's all it does, is connect me to the net. I don't use any of its Wi-Fi. I have a completely separate Wi-Fi equipment that just uses that as a router. That's what you need to do to create your own mesh. Forget the BT stuff. One of my speeds. 900 down, 100 and something up. Yep, full fibre. But I did that when I wasn't full fibre. I literally used the router as a gateway. How do you do that? Well, you have to be a little bit technical to do it. But essentially you turn off the Wi-Fi. You turn off the Wi-Fi on the router. And get like I use Ubiquiti stuff, so you have like a Ubiquiti gateway that I just say that's my internet, and here are my access points that have a mesh across them. Payday, they're still doing Payday. Payday was a fantastic game until they completely broke it. Biff, do you mean like the internet? Yeah, they give you like a 4G thing if it goes down. And then pay you every day that it's down. It doesn't go down very high. It literally went down once. And that's when some guy set fire to a junction box. And then he was caught and prosecuted. It was down for 48 hours. Yeah, you could use an ASUS router and use the meshing on that. Okay. Pay attention to this wind, which is currently left to right. And see what it's like by the time I get down there, because every single time it has changed on me. It is gusting though. Let's cancel the autopilot. Oh, look at the wind turning. And it's sinking again. Every time. It's a bit choppy. That was a bit of a fight. Do you know why it was long? Because I kept my speed up because it kept gusting and dropping. And it's a long runway, so it doesn't matter. That wasn't an F1 turn, mate. I used my handbrake. No, I have a handbrake on F1. Oh yeah, chat loves a good FPM. Landing rate meter. Stick it over here. I don't have GSX now. Right then. So we just did that. We got paid $3.5 grand. Noise. Next stop is KAOH, this one. Lima Allen. 163 with 7 passengers. $53 gallons. Man, we used a lot of fuel. $4.15. What? You utter rip-off. It's expensive, man. $4 is the normal price. They're just mildly undercutting the local market. That should easily get us there, I think. Yeah, it's over 2 hours burn. That's fine. Lima Allen set. He's looking at FSA planners asking for read access code. Yeah, you have to log into your FS Economy system and go to on your profile. There's like a read code for your account. You just put that code in. I obviously can't show you mine, so you just have to look. I can't remember which page it's on. 2-2. Yep, 2-2 will do. Overcast to 8,000 feet. Woo! 6,000 foot runway. Literally a crosswind. ILS 28 sounds good to me. Initial approach fix at Wevage. (2,700 feet, 10 nautical miles from Wevage. So we need to be at 2-2 by the time we get here. Why doesn't it have an altitude listed for that? Let me fly what whole flight? Sorry. What can I do? Like, I'm focused on this. I don't realise that I have to look up there to see your screen. Every now and again, I glance at chat, and then I see some tears, and then I remove it. It's simple. Oh, so here's the chart for the ILS into 2.8, right? So the ILS into 2.8, elevation of about 1,000 feet. It has Wevage waypoint here at 2,200, and then it says 10 nautical from that you should be 2,700. So the intercept point at Wevage is 2,200, but what's confusing is that this has not punched that in there at all. It has a waypoint before it with no altitude either. If I zoom in, so there's Wevage, there's CFCCF. So as far as I can tell, we should be 2,200 at Wevage, and I presume we can then punch in 2,700 back here, maybe? But it kind of, it's weird that it didn't actually punch it in itself. In fact, it won't let me punch anything in. Now it's got it. 2,200. Okay, it's because it wasn't routed there at a disco, so it couldn't calculate anything. That's fine. Now it's got it. Fix it by not having streamed it and drag it down the old-fashioned way. Yeah, but in order to do that, you then have to show your desktop. And it's slightly safer to just have windows you can bring in rather than showing your entire desktop, I find. Okay, flight director cycled more than once. Okay, I think we're good. Start the flight. Default CBM 930, yeah. Yeah, the add-on doesn't work anyway. The inertial separator is on. Fuel's loaded. Yeah, the door works, but not the cargo door. And the sun visor doesn't work. Wait, is that a scenery? Look, I didn't go this way then because it looks like it doesn't connect, but I think it does connect, but it doesn't connect on this map. Weird.
Celebratory bunting.
Thank you for that great weekend.
El Plagiato, you are most welcome, sir. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your support. Right, climbing right turn. Flaps done. So look at the flight director again. Cycle it. Oh yeah. It's proper weird. Where's Gusty? There he goes, finally. You have to be airborne for it to actually realise the V-path. It's weird. There's the field, look at that. I think the taxiway, which appeared to be the closed, the taxiway was broken because it didn't look clean and it looked all rotted. Could be. I don't think this is navving correctly, but we'll see. I feel like it should have banked over by now. Hey, what a surprise. No, wait. It's just going about it in a really strange fashion. Going into nav at 90 degrees. Okay. Let's do it. I think it's caught it finally. Or has it? Hang on. No, it's not. Where is it? It's trying. It's literally oscillating itself through the nav line. See it? I think it's capturing it now. It's supposed to find an angle at like 30 degrees into it. But what it actually did was go 90 degrees and then overcompensated and came back around on it. The pin is definitely broken. Separator off. Should be good. It's not perfect, is it, in the sim, but it tries, bless it. Going over that nasty weather again. I kind of feel like I'm playing an outdated sim now. This sim is so last year. I think it's because they've had like, what was it, update 8. They didn't want to get to update 10 before they like reset it. I wonder if like the new sim then will have proper live weather. Yeah, that's the issue, the paywall. Will that get trashed? Do you know, I used to hate upgrading X-Plane and P3D because you knew when you did, you knew that you had a world of pain with the add-ons and the config and God knows what else. Thought we got away from all that. It kind of looks like we don't. Can what happened in the game? What, stopping the engine? Yeah, of course you can. You can turn on random failures. I don't know if most people do though. Yeah, I can't imagine being on VATSIM and having an engine failure, Tom. I'm pretty certain they don't like it when people try to declare emergencies. Oh, I'm sure some do, but... I suppose if it's quiet, you could have a go. We've got ourselves a tailwind again. Let's turn off crashing for near flies. Some rural airports seem to have invisible collision boxes. Yeah, now that I can believe. What was I playing? I had to turn off... I had to turn off crash damage. Road Glide, thank you for 65 months. Glad we're back, Microsoft Flight Sim with the best streamer ever. LOL, is it? Starfield hype, Skyland's 2 date announcement. Yep. And a Microsoft 2024 update, not update. Right, so it's calculated top of descent already, 20 minutes. I would hope they've provided more information at Microsoft. There's got me a million questions right now. The socials are glowing. I bet they are. I've not looked at their Twitter account. What's it like? It's probably getting spammed right now. Like, the people in charge of their Twitter account should have been warned, if they weren't already, that they are going to get deluged with questions. I don't know, David Marks. I'd kind of hope not. Ultimately, it's a consumer product, though. My own thoughts on Kick. I don't have any thoughts on Kick. If I stopped streaming on Twitch, I'd probably go to YouTube. I don't think I'd ever go to Kick, or whatever the latest fad is. Do you remember when they all went on to that other platform? When Ninja went over and people were like, oh, I'm going streaming over there. Then it shut down. Do you remember that? Mixer, that was it. Yeah. It's because people are currently angry and upset with Twitch, which quite rightly are. But, you know, streaming platforms are very expensive things to run, and Kick, will only have so much money before it gets kicked. You like the Twitch community? Well, yeah, Twitch has been running pretty well for years. But the last few years, since it got bought by a certain corporation, it's changed, shall we say. And it's making it more and more difficult for the creators, if you like, people like me, to actually make a living there. So they're literally strangling the people that actually provide the content. Whilst at the same time, the discoverability doesn't, well, it sucks, doesn't it, on Twitch? Discoverability. You can get better discovered on YouTube. And then you've got the ad situation, which has got progressively worse. The partner agreements, which are just getting ripped up. They tried to change the way that you run your sponsorships and what you can show, and you can't bake videos in your streams, and you can't show more than 3% logo. And like, who dreams this stuff up? Larry, I know, mate. I know. I'm totally aware of the fact that I've got over 100 month subs. I'm totally aware of it. I'm also totally aware that Twitch has the best chat and moderation tools in the business. And as a platform, works pretty well for me. But if they continue to do what they're doing, they could make it very difficult for anybody to actually make a living. And when you've got to pay the bills, you know, stuff costs money. Twitch has got bills to pay as well as I do, and that's a fact. But the way they're going about it is just not the right way. They don't even consult with creators, you know. They don't like say, this is what we're thinking. What are the problems we didn't think about? What's your views? What's your opinions? First I heard of that whole thing last week was when they actually rolled it out. Even the Twitch ambassadors were clueless. They didn't even get consulted. It's not getting changed, Dyson, at all. There's plenty of things they've left in there. Simulcasting is one of them. Yeah? So they've managed to basically change it so that you can't stream on Twitch and anywhere else at the same time, apart from a mobile platform. So if you want to stream on Twitch and YouTube, or Twitch and Facebook, you can't do it. Which has always been the case for people like me as a Twitch partner, but now Twitch affiliates and anybody cannot stream on Twitch and somewhere else like Facebook and YouTube. So if you're just starting out, you're not even a Twitch partner yet, and you think, well, I'll stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and I'll see which one, you know, works. You can't do it. That used to be just a partner restriction, but now that applies to affiliates and anybody else. And they've not redacted that one. No, not all of them, Kirby. They rolled it back on the 3% logo thing, on baking. I think it was OT Gay Gaming who basically said, if you push this out, we're going to pull ourselves off the platform. And they weren't the other people to say that. But they haven't rolled back a lot of stuff. Interesting battery, because it never used to be that way. It was summer last year, it was only partners that were restricted on simulcasting by default. 48 of what thing? What's that? What's the 48-hour VOD thing? I've not read that anywhere, Dyson, at all. It's a 24-hour exclusivity. This is a nice altitude to fly, between 2 altitude layers. Looks cool. I thought they did get rolled back, Dyson, at all. When they pushed their updates out, I thought they said that they were not going to do that. Because that was the biggest thing that the streamers were pushing back on. Saying, well, I've got sponsorships, I need to have the brand up there. Never seen that, David Marks. Never seen that. It's all very confusing right now. But yeah, they just continue to make it more difficult. I don't know, Battery. Like, I think most people on Twitch were definitely behaving and following the rules, so you can't ever make sweeping changes just for a minority of people. It's like when you was at school and there was like one kid who was just being the idiot and everybody got, you know, detention. It's like, it's just not right.
Paul, as a long-time sub of 108 months, no matter where you stream we will tune in. I remember SNT and tuning in every Sunday or rewatching if I miss it. It not Twitch that builds the community, it's you the creator. Have a pint on me.
I can have more than a pint with that, Ryback. I can have a takeaway. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ryback. Thanks for the support. Won't be long for you to pay to stream here. You jest. You jest. But, you know, the way it's all going. I'm not sure about this coming up. Like, what is this? Looks pretty terrifying. Bit more than a rain cloud. I wouldn't go anywhere near that. Anything vertical in the cloud space is somewhere you don't ever want to be. That's either rising or descending, and you don't want to be anywhere near it. Like, put it this way, stable air, unstable air. Can you fly through it to gather data? Sure. Hey, that's what my little sensor pod's for on the left wing, right? Northern Ohio seeing some big booms, nice. I don't know what happens if we enter the dark cloud. We may appear in a different dimension. Could be a portal for all we know. There's the weather page. Look where we're going. Rip-a-doodle-doo. Yeah. I'm glad we've got an ILS. We're going into... It had 8,000 overcast last time I looked. So I'm kind of hoping that's at 8,000 feet. I don't think it would mean a diversion. It would look. It looks. It's just rain. If the forecast is still accurate, it's fine. Broken 3,500. Overcast at 6. So it's come down 2,000 feet. So the cloud layer has indeed come down a bit. Checked a few days and got a post in VODs anyway you wish immediately after your stream. I never got that. That's interesting. We're not over revving. Turboprops sound like that. Some mad cloud up here, look at it. It's fun. You're right, the sky does not look good. TOD in 1 minute 51. Man, there's a lot of stuff around here. Get the radar overlay. How do you put it on, Kirby? I presume that's what that is, but I think that might just be a forecast, I'm not sure. Sensors. The radar there. Yeah, I think it's just overlaying the same info. It's that thick overcast blanket that we're going to have to go down through. Yeah, we've watched it, Zugoku. We have indeed. Les, thank you for 4 months. We've watched it, we've discussed it. We have a lot of questions. We're not sure what to make of it all. We need answers, basically. We even had a look through Reddit. Microsoft seems to have confirmed, though, that it's not an update. It does sound like a new game. A new sim. I mean, I'm not going to lie, the stuff in it that they showed is fantastic. And I'm going to get it anyway. I'm just worried about, you know, all my add-ons and stuff and how they migrate to the new thing. And what that path looks like and whether it's painful or not. We'll see. Two best things I saw in that trial, well, three actually. The A300M, that Sikorsky chopper, and Seasons. They were the three things that was like, what? Everything else looks fun. But those are the three standout things for me personally. Yeah, again, the Beluga looks fun. Like, putting out fires looks fun. Cargo to an oil rig looks fun. Seasonal weather is a big one. And the fact they've had to implement water properly as well. Because if you're going to be dropping cargo onto a boat, it needs to work properly. It's interesting. Effectively, what they've done is added some new planes. They've added Seasons, which is obviously a big thing, but I would argue that Seasons could have been added to this base game. I don't see why that has to go in the next version. That surely could have come in this version. So they've added new aircraft, basically. And then effectively everything else is stuff to do in the sim. It's not like new sim stuff, it's stuff to do in the sim. I mean, in order to do the cargo runs, they've obviously had to add the ability for your helicopter to pick things up and then model all of that. But fundamentally, it's about adding stuff to do. Man, this weather, what is this? What am I flying into right now? It feels like you've flown into the edge of the map. And it all goes grey. It's like, Dave, you cannot do that, Dave. I'm sorry, Dave. Turn around, Dave. We haven't mapped beyond here, Dave. I don't know. I think it's rain or... yeah, clouds and rain, who knows? The anti-ice has been on for a while, mate. As has the inertial separator been turned off. Oh yeah, it's like 0 degrees outside. Yep, it's definitely rain. It's hitting the windscreen. It's a thick soup. That logo. Well, this one. Yeah, this is all silver as well. You can get the logo. You can get it all from the website, squirrel.tv, and click on links. And then there's a livery like that for the TBM, the 350, and the Caravan. That's not been switched over yet. 109.3. And yet that shows 11175. What's going on here? That's in nav 2. Why is that in nav 2? Shouldn't that be in nav 1? Why is it in nav 2? It's in the standby of nav. That's weird. Don't trust it. Punching it over. Well, I think, Kirby, that I'm not trusting it. Sure, I'm glad this place has got an ILS. VNav. Man, this weather. Considering when we started out today, it was over in Texas, sorry, in Dallas, and it was like beautiful. This has gone proper nasty. Tim Groot, thank you for 2 months. I think this this calculation thing's a bit off as well. Or maybe it's just because it's putting it here, but we need to be there by here. So I don't feel like that map's there, but maybe it does. The rain's got heavier. Hey Meta, I'm getting 60 FPS in this rain. Stop knocking it. The graphics are amazing. It's what the 3090 was built for. Drawing a sea of grey. I'm just going to slow this right down now. Make sure we make this turn properly. Didn't it say 6,000 foot overcast? What happened to that then, eh? The good news is we caught the localizer. God, is this going all the way down to the ground or what? This is not what the forecast said at all. Boar's head back. We gotta land this bad boy. Oh, I can see the ground. I can actually see the ground. There's no way that forecast was anything like accurate. That weather came in real fast. External view. It's like that. I see the runway lights. That's a good start. See the ground. What wind has turned around as well. It's now a slight tailwind. Three knot tailwind. get off here. Let's get out of here. Oof. Taxi to parking. Jeff's here in the rain. Of course he is. Wait, he wants me to stop that? You mad? That was interesting. A very, very interesting journey that was. But we made it. I mean, we set out in relatively nice weather. We went over the West Virginia hills, and the cloud just got worse and worse and worse as we got here. By the time we got here, it was at pea super. Like absolute bonkers weather. And that is that. The plane just needs to make a final flight back to its own base, but I'm just going to cancel that. Somebody else can do it.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Thank you, Captain Flint. Yeah, if somebody else wants to fly that back to the base, they can do. I'll unlease it, that one. Turn the lease. That's the right one. Yeah, it's at KAOH. It can just go to KGUR, which is its next stop, which was that leg there. I had no assignments for it anyway. It just needs moving, but whatever. It's very hard to see what it's like. What's going on here? And there we go. That is that, as they say. Who runs your SquirrelPlus channel? What do you mean who runs it? I own it. Why is 172 leased from you? I can't remember, Larry. It's because I own the 172, but I leased it to the group so people could fly it, basically. Also means the group pays for it. Haha. Right, guys, thank you for watching. Hope you had a fun weekend with streams. I'm glad the weather's not like this where I am right now. Blimey. That was definitely an interesting final flight, wasn't it, eh? I wish you all a very pleasant week ahead. I will endeavour to make Deer Valley sim video this week. I'm not sure if I make one or two. I shall try. Yeah, stay safe out there. Thanks for your support as ever. If you've got a sub gifted today or you're not in our Discord server, please consider jumping in and just saying hi. That would greatly help. Keep my Discord partner status. It'll only take you 5 minutes. Just run the Discord command, click on the link, join the Discord server, go into the general chat, say hi. That'll be it. Take 5 minutes. That would be wonderful. Also, thank you to the mods and all they do behind the scenes. Please send them some love. I shall be back next week, and I shall see you all then. Not sure what we'll do next week. Might flick game, try something else. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Anyway, stay safe, boys and girls, and I shall see you all very soon. Take it easy. Love you all. Good night.